Hindi mo
Hello po.
So again po, good morning. So, audio check lang po kami kung naririnig po kami. Okay.
Yes, good morning.
So unang-una po, welcome po sa ating pre-bidding conference for various projects. So let us start po our activity with the prayer.
Lord, thank you for this day, for the presence of everyone in this call. For once again, we are gathered and given the opportunity to appreciate life and your words. Forgive us for our shortcomings and cleanse our hearts as we learn and live your words and example. Father, bless our endeavors, especially today's meeting. May you guide us in our discussions, and may you enlighten our minds in every decision that we make. Give us your grace that we may effectively do our parts for your greater glory. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
So for our attendees po, we have our Sub-Regional Bids and Awards Committee headed by our RBAC Chairperson for Drugs and Medicine, Medical Equipment and Supplies category, Dr. Angela Maria Rimpilio. Good morning po, Doc Angela.
Good morning, Pao. Good morning, everyone.
We have also our Sub-RBAC Vice Chairperson, Dr. Monray Isaiah Mancilia. Good morning po.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay. We have also our Sub-RBAC members. We have the following. Ms. Trisha B. Barroso. Good morning po, Ma'am Trish. We have also Ms. Rowena Banday. Good morning po, Ma'am Wena.
Good morning po.
We have also Engineer Rowen Jen Punsalan. Good morning po, Engineer Bim.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
We have also Dr. Chris Brian Barria, good morning po, Doc KB. We have also on-site Ms. Jelly Rio Nawarin, our provisional member for Drugs and Medicine category. Good morning po, Ma'am Jelly.
Good morning po.
And we have also Ms. Lillian Rose, our provisional member for medical equipment category. Good morning po, Ma'am Tessa.
Good morning po. Good morning po.
Having all the majority of the RBAC members present, therefore we have the required quorum to conduct this pre-bidding conference. So now po, may we call on Dr. Angela to call this meeting into order and to be followed by her opening message. Over to you po, Doc Angela.
Thank you, Ma'am Pao. With the quorum declared by the BAC Secretariat, I call this meeting to order. I would like to greet everyone happy and healthy morning. To the BAC Vice Chair, BAC members, TWG, BAC Secretariat, and users and our prospective bidders. We thank you for joining us in our pre-bid conference. We are very grateful for your continued support by joining our procurement activities. Please take this time to clear out your queries and concerns. You are one with us in ensuring that quality health services are provided to all Bicolanos. We hope that you continue to support us in our plight for universal healthcare. Sa muli po, maraming salamat.
Thank you po, Dr. Angela. So for our technical working group po under Drugs and Medicine category, we have Dr. Lulu Ramos Santiago, the TWG chairperson. Good morning po, Dr. Lulu.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Pao.
Morning po. And we have also the TWG members for the said category. We have Ms. Magtanov. Good morning po, Ma'am Sara. We have also Miss Julie Ann Granadino. Good morning po, Ma'am Julie. We have also Dr. Raymond. Good morning, ma'am. We have also Dr. Raymond Martin Corpus. Good morning po, Dr. Raymond. We have also Miss Kathleen Jane Cobello. Good morning po, Ma'am Kat. For the technical working group under equipment category, we have Mr. Samuel David Panico, the TWG chairperson. Good morning po, Sir Sam.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning po. For the TWG members, we have Dr. Xavier Vallejo. Good morning po, Doc Xavier.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat.
We have also Mr. Mark Ryan Gulmatico. Good morning po, Sir Mark.
Good morning po.
We have also Mr. John Dominic Bolunya. Good morning po, Sir Nick.
Good morning po, ma'am.
We have also Attorney Angelica Dado. Good morning po, Ma'am Angie. We have also Miss Maita Mortega. Good morning po, Ma'am Maita. We have also Miss Maria Cecilia Pan. Good morning po, Ma'am Ces. We have also Mr. Bernard Mongo. Good morning po, Sir Bernard. And lastly po, we have Mr. Daryl Balane. Good morning po, Sir Daryl.
Marahay na aga po.
So for the back secretariat po, we have Miss Liberty Tapado, the head of the back secretariat. Good morning po, Ma'am Libay.
Morning, everyone.
We have also the back secretariat members. We have Mr. Michael Angelo Aquino. Good morning po. Miss Cherry May Almeida. Good morning po.
Good morning po.
And yours truly po, Miss Pauline Jane Loyola. So to our prospective bidders po, we have link po na nilagay sa chat box. pa-attendance na lang po doon for recording purposes po. Thank you. So, ito po ang ating projects for today. For drugs and medicine category, we have 4 projects. Supply and delivery of various drugs and medicine under IB number 26-18. ABC is 1,716,398 pesos and 50 centavos. Number 2, supply and delivery of ethinyl estradiol plus levonorgestrel under IB number 26-09, 4,793,592 pesos and 74 centavos. Number 3, supply and delivery of lipid nutrient supplement paste, small quantity, under IB number 26-17. ABC is 2,999,988 pesos. And number 4, supply and delivery of rabies vaccine, under IB number 26-20. ABC is 1,149,408 pesos. For medical supplies, reagents, and equipment category, we have 5 projects. Number 1, supply and delivery of various medical supplies under number 26-23. ABC is 6,953,550 pesos. Number 2, supply and delivery of various blood bags under IB number 26-21. ABC is 21,395,000 pesos. Number 3, supply and delivery of various laboratory equipment under IB number 26-19. ABC is 8,800,000 pesos. Number 4, supply and delivery of various medical devices under IB number 26-24. ABC is 17,248,530 pesos only. And number 5, supply and delivery of various laboratory reagents under IB number 26-38. ABC is 39,830,450 pesos. So yun lamang po ang projects for today. So ang purpose po ng ating pre-bidding conference is number 1, to clarify and address bidders' question on the different aspects of the procurement at hand, and number 2, for bidders to fully understand the requirements. So note that any statement issued shall not modify the terms unless in writing and issued through supplemental bid bulletin. For the procurement timeline, ang deadline po ng submission of bids will be on March 17, 2026, 9 a.m. Deadline for the clarification of the requirements will be on March 7, 2026 until 5 p.m. only. Issuance of bid 10, 20 submission of bids. Instructions to bidders. So number 1 po, for the eligibility and technical documents, we have the table of contents. Next is the valid and updated PhilJEPS registration certificate, platinum membership, all pages in accordance with section 63.52 of the IRR of RA number 12009. Next is the statement of all ongoing government and private contracts, which are similar or not similar in nature and complexity as the project subject of the bidding. So ito pong form ng statement of all ongoing government and private contracts ay makikita po natin sa last part ng bidding document. So yun po ang gagamitin natin na form for the statement of all ongoing government and private contracts. Ito po ay hindi nagre-require ng attachment or supporting documents. Next is the statement of single largest completed contract, which are similar in nature and complexity as the project subject of the bidding. So ito naman pong form ng statement of largest completed contract ay makikita po natin sa last part din po ng bidding documents. Ito din po ang gagamitin po natin. So ito pong form ng SLCC ay nagre-require po, or ang SLCC po ay nagre-require ng supporting documents. So ito lang po ang pwede po natin ipang support sa ating SLCC. End users acceptance or official receipts or sales invoice issued for the contract if completed. This is under GPPB resolution number 16-2020. So ito lang po ang pwede natin i-attach. Next po is the net financial contracting capacity or NFCC. The bidder must submit a computation of its NFCC, which must be at least equal to the ABC to be bid, calculated as follows. So NFCC equals current assets minus current liabilities times 15 minus the value of all outstanding or uncompleted portions of the projects under ongoing contracts, including awarded contracts yet to be started. Next is the bid security. The bid security shall be in the form of a bid securing declaration or any of the following forms and amounts: cash or cashier's or manager's check, bank draft, bank guarantee or bank draft, or irrevocable letter of credit issued by a universal or commercial bank, 2% of the total ABC, or number 2, surety bond, 5% of the total ABC with a certificate from the Insurance Commission. Next po is the schedule of requirements, or ito po ay ang ating delivery schedule. So ang gagawin lang po ng ating bidder ay fill outan po ang nasa babang part ng schedule of requirements. Next po is the statement of compliance with Section 7 technical specifications. So dito po ilalagay po natin each parameter kung tayo po ay comply or not comply. At sa babang part po ng technical specifications ay fill outan po natin yung name, legal capacity, signature, and other po na kailangang ilagay. Next po is the notarized omnibus sworn statement. So ito po ay may recitals po na hanggang item 11. So before po natin i-print, i-check na lang po natin kung ito po ay may recitals ng 11. Next po is the joint venture agreement if applicable. So kung may ka-joint venture po tayo, same po kayo magsasubmit ng PhilJEPS registration, platinum certificate. So ito po ang common reasons for disqualification observed during bid opening. Number 1, late submission of the bidding documents. Number 2, incomplete documentary requirements. 3, failure to sign relevant documents. Number 4, amount of SLCC is insufficient with the required percentage. Number 5, incomplete item in the omnibus sworn statement. Number 6, failure to sign each and every page of the bid form, including the price schedule. And number 7, failure to attach and sign the terms and conditions if required. For the sealing of bidding documents, so we have the technical component po and financial component. Yung dalawa pong folder or envelope po ng technical component and financial component ay ilalagay po natin sa mother envelope. Kailangan po na may sign ang mother envelope. At sa likod po ng mother envelope, ito po ang nakalagay na markings, bidding for IB number and name of project, bidder's name or bidder's company name, address, telephone number, and active email address. Attention po sa Bids and Awards Committee, DOH, Bicol CHD, Legazpi City. And palagay na lang po, do not open before specify the date or time of opening of bids. So for the information po ng ating prospective bidder, wala po tayong nire-required na color ng pen na gagamitin. Wala din po tayong nire-require na color ng envelope. At wala din po tayong nire-require na color ng folder. Any color po is acceptable. For the sealing of bidding documents, each and every page of the documents is to be signed or initialed by the authorized representative of the company based on their board resolution, including separators. Each and every page is preferred to be consecutively numbered or page, including separators. The documents are preferred to be ring-bound to prevent tampering of files. The documents are preferred to be labeled or index tab with corresponding annex label. Reminder, the page numbering, ring binding, index tabbing, or labeling are not compulsory and will not be a ground for disqualification. However, to protect the integrity of your submittals, we strongly recommend that you follow the said format. So ito naman po ang mga documents na sinasubmit kapag kayo po ang lowest calculated bidder. During post-qualification, number 1, latest income tax return filed through EFDS, duly validated with tax payments made thereon. Number 2, latest business tax return filed through EFDS, duly validated with tax payments made thereon. Annex A of the PhilJEP certificate and all the eligibility documents supporting its PhilJEP certificate of registration, platinum membership, and a photocopy of SLCC contract or purchase order. So note, the latest income and business tax returns are those within the last 6 months preceding the date of bid submission. So failure of the lowest calculated bidder to duly submit the post-qualification documents within 5 calendar days from receipt of notification or a finding against the veracity of such shall be a ground for disqualification. So, reminder po to everyone under Section 61.1 of the IRR of RA 12009, members of the BAC, its staff and personnel, secretariat and technical working group, as well as observers are prohibited from making or accepting any communication with any bidder regarding the evaluation of their bids until the issuance of the notice of award. However, the BAC, through its secretariat, may ask the bidder in writing for clarification of its bid. All responses to request for clarification shall be in writing. So ito po ang aming contacts, public bidding at bicol.doh.gov.ph, telephone number po 204-0050 or 204-0040 or 742-1731, local 5170. Ito naman po ang aming website kung saan po kami nagpo-post ng mga opportunities, bicol.doh.gov.ph. For electronic payment po, so kung tayo po ay magbabayad po through deposit po, reminder po to our prospective bidder na kung maaari po ay magbayad po tayo 5 days before po ng submission and opening of bids para po meron tayong time para ma-check ng aming cashier or ma-verify po ng cashier ang inyong payment. At kung tayo po ay madaming sasalihan na project, gaya na lang po nitong format, kapag tayo po ay mag-email sa aming email, palagay po yung mga IB numbers po na sasalihan, kung magkano po kada IB number ang cost of bidding documents, palagay din yung pangalan po ng company, active contact number po, and kung saan po kayong branch nag-deposit ng payment. So for question and answer po, ito po ay i-open po natin kapag natapos na pong i-present ang project po, kada project. So before raising po ng query, please state po your name, name of company. So yun lamang po ang aming presentation. Maraming salamat po. So for our first project po, supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under IB number 26-18. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested po sa project na naka-flash po sa ating screen, pa-thumbs up na lang po. So meron pong interested. Okay. So for this project po, ito po ay i-discuss ng ating DAC members po. For the invitation to bid po, magfa-facilitate po ay si Ma'am Jelly. Ma'am Jelly, over po.
Thank you po, Ma'am Pao. For our first project, this is the invitation to bid for the supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under IB number 26-18. The Department of Health Bicol Center for Health Development, through the General Appropriations Act, intends to apply the sum of 1,717,398 pesos and 50 centavos only, being the approved budget for the contract. The payments under the contract for supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under IB number 26-18. The bids received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. The DOH Bicol CHD now invites bids for supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under IB number 26-18. The delivery of goods is required on the expected delivery date stated in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. Bidders should have completed at least 2 years from the date of submission and receipt of bids. Contracts similar to the project, the description of an eligible bidder is contained in the bidding documents, particularly in Section 2, Instructions to Bidders. Bidding will be conducted through competitive bidding procedures using a non-discretionary pass or fail criterion as specified in the IRR of RA number 12009. Bidding is restricted to Filipino citizens or sole proprietorships, partnerships, or organizations with at least 60% interest or outstanding capital stock belonging to citizens of the Philippines and to citizens or organizations of a country, the laws or regulations of which grant similar rights or privileges to Filipino citizens pursuant to RA number 5183. Interested bidders may obtain further information from DOH Bicol CHD and inspect the bidding documents at the address given below from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. A complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders on February 26, 2026 to March 17, 2026 from the address given and websites below upon payment of the applicable fee for the bidding documents pursuant to the latest guidelines issued by the GPTP in the amount of 5,000 pesos only. It may also be downloaded free of charge from the website of the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System or PhilGEPS and the website of the procuring entity, provided that bidders shall pay the applicable fee for the bidding documents not later than the submission of their bids. The account name is DOH CHD Bicol. Branch is at LDP Legazpi Branch and account number 0132-1068-51. The DOH Bicol CHD will hold a pre-bid conference on March 5, 2026, 9 a.m. at DOH Bicol CHD through video conferencing via Google Meet, which shall be open to bidders. Bids must be duly received by the Bids and Awards Committee or BAC Secretariat through manual submission at the office address indicated below or online submission as indicated below on or before March 17, 2026, 9 a.m. Late bids shall not be accepted. All bids must be accompanied by a bid security in any of the acceptable forms and in the amount stated in ITD Clause 16.1. Bid opening shall be on March 17, 2026, 9 a.m. at DOH Bicol CHD Legazpi City via Google Meet. Bids will be open in the presence of the bidders' representatives who choose to attend the activity. In case of electronic bid submission, please take note of the following. Bids must contain the technical and financial eligibility requirements inside 2 separate archived and password-protected folders in PDF format. The folder containing the technical eligibility requirements must be named and identified with the word technical. The example provided is IB-26-18-MUP Services-Technical. The folder containing the financial eligibility requirements must likewise be named and identified with the word financial. The example provided is IB-26-18-MUP Services-Financial. The archived and password-protected technical and financial folders must be placed inside a main folder with a file name indicating the ITB number followed by the name of your company. The main folder shall again be archived without password protection. All electronic submissions must be submitted on or before March 17, 2026 at 9 a.m. Philippine Standard Time to public bidding at bicol.doh.gov.ph. The subject of your email must indicate the ITB number followed by the name of your company in uppercase format, exactly as seen in the example below. Example provided is IB-26-18-MUP Services. Upon submission, bidder shall receive an acknowledgement from the DOH Bicol CHD Back Secretariat confirming the receipt. The acknowledgement shall serve as your proof of submission of the bidding document. Bidders who submitted through electronic mail but did not receive an acknowledgement are advised to review the subject of their submission to make sure that it follows the required format. If the bidders are still encountering problems with their bid submissions, kindly contact the DOH Bicol CHD Back Secretariat during office hours at 052-732-2031 local 5170 for further assistance. For bidders who submitted bids through electronic mail, the passwords for accessing the bidding document will be disclosed by the bidders only during the actual bid opening, which may be done through video conferencing, webcasting, or similar technology. The DOH Bicol CHD reserves the right to reject any and all bids, declare a failure of bidding, or not award the contract at any time prior to contract award in accordance with Section 70 of RA number 12009 without incurring any liability to the affected bidder or bidders. For further information, please refer to the head of Back Secretariat, Ms. Liberty T. Tapado, Procurement Management Unit of DOH Bicol CHD through the number provided and through email publicbidding@bicol.doh.gov.ph. You may also visit the following websites for downloading of bidding documents: bicol.doh.gov.ph for electronic bid submission, publicbidding@bicol.doh.gov.ph. Let us proceed to Section 2. For the scope of bid, the procuring entity named in the BDS invites bids for the project with identification number which shall be specified in the BDS. The project is composed of number of lots or items as provided in the BDS, the details of which are described in Section 7, Technical Specifications. For the source of funds, the procuring entity has a budget or has received funds from the funding source named in the BDS and in the amount indicated in the BDS. It intends to apply part of the funds received for the project to cover eligible payments under the contract. For corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, and coercive practices, unless otherwise specified in the BDS, the procuring entity as well as the bidders and suppliers shall observe the highest standard of ethics during the procurement and execution of the contract. In pursuance of this policy, the procuring entity shall define for purposes of this provision the following terms under existing laws, rules, and regulations. Corrupt practice means an act by which officials in the public or private sectors improperly and unlawfully enrich themselves others or induce others to do so by misusing the position in which they are placed, and includes the offering, giving, receiving, or soliciting of any of value to influence the action of any such official in the procurement process or in contract execution, entering on behalf of the government into any contract or transaction manifestly and grossly disadvantageous to the same, whether or not the public officer profited or will profit thereby, and similar acts as provided in RA number 3019. Fraudulent practice means a misinterpretation of facts for purposes of influencing a procurement process or the execution of a contract to the detriment of the procuring entity, which includes collusive practices among bidders, prior to or after bid submission, designed to establish bid prices at artificial non-competitive levels and to deprive the procuring entity of the benefits of free and open competition. Collusive practices means a scheme of an or arrangement between two or more bidders with or without the knowledge of the procuring entity, designed to establish bid prices at artificial non-competitive levels. For coercive practices, this means harming or threatening to harm, directly or indirectly, persons or their property to influence their participation in a procurement process or affect the execution of a contract. Obstructive practice is deliberately destroying, falsifying, altering, or concealing of evidence materials to administrative proceedings or investigation, or making false statements to investigators in order to materially impede administrative proceedings or investigation of the procuring entity or any foreign government or foreign or international financing institution relative to allegations of a corrupt, fraudulent, coercive, or collusive practice, or threatening, harassing, or intimidating any party to prevent the latter from disclosing its knowledge of matters relevant to the administrative proceedings or investigation, or from pursuing such proceedings or investigation, or acts intended to materially impede the exercise of the inspection and audit rights of the procuring entity or any foreign government or foreign or international financing institution herein. Letter B, undertake to reject a proposal for award upon prima facie determination that the bidder recommended for award has engaged in any of the prohibited practices mentioned in this clause for purposes of competing for the contract. Further, the procuring entity will seek to impose the maximum civil, administrative, and/or criminal penalties available under applicable laws on individuals and organizations deemed to be involved in any of the practices mentioned in ITB Clause 3.1. Furthermore, the funding source and the procuring entity reserves the right to inspect and audit records and accounts of a bidder or supplier in the bidding for and performance of a contract themselves or through independent auditors as reflected in the GCC Clause 3. For the conflict of interest, all bidders found to have conflicting interests shall be disqualified to participate in the procurement at hand, without prejudice to the imposition of appropriate administrative, civil, and criminal sanctions. A bidder may be considered to have conflicting interests with another bidder in any of the events described in paragraph through C below, and general conflict of interest in any of the circumstances set out in paragraphs B and F below. Letter A, a bidder has controlling shareholders or beneficial owners in common with another bidder. A bidder receives or has received any direct or indirect subsidy from any other bidder. Letter representative as that of another bidder for purposes of this bid. Letter D, a bidder has a relationship directly or through third parties that puts them in a position to have access to information about or influence on the bid of another bidder, or influence the decisions of the procuring entity regarding this bidding process. This may include a firm or an organization that lends or temporarily seconds its personnel to firms or organizations that are engaged in consulting services for the preparation related to the procurement or implementation of the project, if the personnel would be involved in any capacity on the same project. A bidder who participated as a consultant in the preparation of the design or technical specifications of the goods and related services that are the subject of the bid. A bidder who lends or temporarily seconds its personnel to firms or organizations which are engaged in consulting services for the preparation related to procurement for or implementation of the project. The personnel would be involved in all bidding documents shall be accompanied by an omnibus sworn statement of the bidder that it is not related by consanguinity or affinity up to the third level to the whole procurement agent is engaged, the head of the project management office, the end user or implementing unit, or any members of the Bids and Awards Committee, technical working group, and the back secretary. The bidder shall also disclose the ultimate beneficial ownership of an entity. Failure to comply shall be a ground for the automatic disqualification of the bid in consonance with Section 59 of the IIRR. For this reason, relation to the above aforementioned persons within the third civil degree of consanguinity or affinity shall automatically disqualify the bidder from participating in the procurement of contracts of the procuring entity, not sons and affiliates. Letter A, in the case of individuals of sole proprietorships, the bidders and their spouses. Letter B, in the case of partnerships, the partnership itself and its partners. Letter C, in the case of cooperatives, to the cooperative itself and the members of the board of directors, general manager, or chief executive officer. A partnership, joint venture, or consortium which is blacklisted or which has blacklisted members or partners, as well as persons or entity who is a member of a blacklisted joint venture or consortium, are likewise not allowed to participate in any government procurement during the period of suspension or blacklisting. And in the case of corporations, a single stockholder together with their relatives up to the third civil degree or consanguinity or affinity and their assignees, holding at least 20% of the shares therein. Its chairperson and president shall be blacklisted after they have been determined to hold the same and also be blacklisted. For eligible bidders, only bids found to be legally, technically, and financially eligible will be evaluated. For procurement of goods, the following persons shall be eligible to participate in this bidding. First, a duly licensed Filipino citizens or sole proprietorships. Partnerships duly organized under the laws of the Philippines and of which at least 60% of the interest belongs to citizens of the Philippines. Corporations duly organized under the laws of the Philippines and of which at least 60% of the outstanding capital stocks belong to citizens of the Philippines. Cooperatives duly organized under the laws of the Philippines and persons or entities forming themselves into a joint venture. Example is a group of 2 or more persons or entities that intend to be jointly and severally responsible or liable for a particular contract, provided, however, that Filipino ownerships or interests of the JV concerned shall be at least 60%. For this purpose, Filipino ownerships or interest shall be based on the contributions of each of the members of the joint venture as specified in their joint venture agreement. Provided further that the primary purpose of each member of the JV must be similar to or related with requirements of the project to be bid out. For foreign bidders, may be eligible to participate when any of the following circumstances exist as specified in the BDS. First, when provided for under any treaty or international or executive agreement as provided in Section 4 of the IRR. Second, when the foreign supplier is a citizen, corporation, or association of a country, the laws or regulations of which grant reciprocal rights or privileges to citizens, corporations, or associations of the Philippines. Third, when the goods sought to be procured are not available from the local suppliers. Or fourth, when there is a need to prevent situations that defeat competition or restrain trade. GOCCs may be eligible to participate only if they can establish that they are legally and financially autonomous, operate under commercial law, and are not attached agencies of the procuring entity. The bidder must have completed within a period of 10 years from the submission of the bid unless a shorter period is indicated in the invitation, bid, and the BDS. A single largest completed contract that is similar to the procurement project to be bid and whose value must be equivalent to at least 50% of the ABC, adjusted to current prices using the Philippine Statistics Authority Consumer Price Indices. If the procuring entity determines that it is necessary to adopt a different SLCC requirement to ensure broader bidder participation while establishing their technical capacity, it may allow bidders to present a combination of contracts completed within the same period, provided their total value is at least 50% of the ABC. Thus, the bidder should have completed at least one similar contract amounting to at least 25% of the ABC, and the bidder should have completed other contracts, whether similar or not, with an aggregate amount of at least 25% of the ABC. For this purpose, the procuring entity may clarify in the BDS the definition or description of what is considered to be similar project, which must be germane to the kind, class, or genus of goods or services to be procured, guided by the principle of proportionality and fit-for-purpose approach. The bidder must submit a computation of its net financial contracting capacity, or NFCC, which must be at least equal to the ABC to be bid, calculated as follows. The NFCC is equal to the current assets minus current liabilities minus the value of all outstanding or uncompleted portions of the project under ongoing contracts, including awarded contracts yet to be started, coinciding with the contract to be bid. The values of the domestic bidder's current assets and current liabilities shall be based on the latest audited financial statements submitted to the BIR not earlier than 2 years prior to the date of bid submission. For purposes of computing the foreign bidder's NFCC, the value of the current assets and current liabilities shall be based on their latest AFS, prepared in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards. If the bidder opts to submit a committed line of credit, it must be at least equal to 10% of the ABC to be bid, provided that if it should be a foreign bank, it shall be confirmed or authenticated by a local bank. For bidder's responsibilities, the bidder or its duly authorized representative shall submit an omnibus sworn statement in the form prescribed in Sections 8, Philippine Bidding Document Related Forms, as required in ITB Clause 12.1. Before submitting their bids, the bidder is deemed to be knowledgeable with all existing laws, decrees, ordinances, acts, and regulations of the Philippines which may affect this project in any way. The bidder undertook the following responsibilities. Took steps to carefully examine and ensure full understanding and comprehension of the bidding documents, its requirements, clauses, and provisions. Acknowledge all conditions, local or otherwise, affecting the implementation of the contract. Made an estimate of the facilities available and needed for the contract to be bid, if any. Complied with the responsibility to inquire or secure the supplemental bid bulletins as provided under ITB Clause 10.4. Ensured that it is not blacklisted or barred from the bidding by the government of the Philippines or any of its agencies, office, corporations, or LGUs, including foreign government or foreign or international financing institutions whose blacklisting rules have been recognized by the GPPB. By itself or by reason of membership, association, affiliation, or any controlling interest with another blacklisted person or entity. Ensure that each of the documents submitted in satisfaction with the bidding requirements is an authentic copy of the original, complete, and that all statements and information provided therein are true and correct. Authorize the HOPE or its duly authorized representatives to verify all the documents submitted. Ensure that the signatory is the duly authorized representative of the bidder and granted full power and authority to do, execute, and perform any and all acts necessary to participate, submit the bid, sign, and execute the ensuring contract, accompanied by the duly notarized special power of attorney, board or partnership resolution, or secretary's certificate, whichever is applicable. Complied with the disclosure provision under Section 81 and 82 of RA number 12009, and its IRR in relation to other provisions of RA 3019. Complied with existing labor laws and standards in the case of procurement of services. Moreover, the bidder undertakes to ensure the entitlement of workers to wages, hours of work, safety and health, and other prevailing conditions of work as established by the national laws, rules, and regulations, or collective bargaining agreement, or arbitration award, if any, when applicable. In case there is a finding by the procuring entity or the Department of Labor and Employment of underpayment or non-payment of workers' wages and wage-related benefits, the bidder agrees that the performance security or portion of the contract amount shall be withheld in favor of the complaining workers pursuant to appropriate provisions of RA number 12009 without prejudice to the institution of appropriate actions under the Labor Code as amended and other social regulations. Comply with occupational safety and health standards and correct deficiencies, if any. In case of imminent danger, injury, or death of the worker, the bidder undertakes to suspend contract implementation pending clearance to resume from the DOLE regional office in compliance with the work stoppage order, and inform the workers of their conditions of work, labor clauses under the contract specifying wages, hours of work, and other benefits under prevailing national laws, rules, and regulations, or CBA, or arbitration award, if any, when applicable, through posting into conspicuous places in the establishment's premises. Ensured that it did not give or pay directly or indirectly any commission amount, fee, or any form of consideration, pecuniary or otherwise, to any person or financial person, any person or official, personnel, or representative of the government in relation to any procurement project or activity. Examine all instructions, forms, terms, and specifications in the bidding documents. Determine and comply with all matters pertaining to the contract to be bid, including but not limited to the location and nature of this project, climatic conditions, transportation facilities, and other factors that may affect the cost, duration, and execution or implementation of this project. Ensure that all information in the bidding documents, including bid or supplemental bid bulletins issued, are correct and consistent. The procuring entity shall not assume any responsibility regarding erroneous interpretations or conclusions by the prospective or eligible bidder out of the data furnished by the procuring entity. Failure to observe any of the above responsibilities shall be at the risk of the bidder concerned. Further, the bidder shall bear all costs associated with the preparation and submission of its bid, and procuring entity shall in no case be responsible or liable for those costs, regardless of the conduct or outcome of the bidding process. In case of failure of bidding, the bidding documents fee may be applied in the rebidding for the same project. Furthermore, the bidder should be aware that the procuring entity will accept bids only from those that have paid the applicable fee for the bidding documents at the office indicated in the invitation to bid. For the origin of goods, unless otherwise indicated in the BDS, there is no restriction on the origin of goods other than those prohibited by a decision of the United Nations Security Council taken under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the UN. For subcontracts, unless otherwise specified in the BDS, the bidder may subcontract portions of the goods to the extent as may be approved by the HOPE as stated in the BDS. However, the subcontracted portion shall not exceed 20% or a different percentage of the ABC on a per-project basis as approved by the GPPB. Subcontracting of any portion of this project shall not relieve the bidder from any liability or obligation that may arise from the contract. Subcontractors must meet the eligibility criteria and submit the same eligibility documents as the general contractor. Failure of a subcontractor to meet the eligibility criteria does not affect the eligibility of the general contractor for the project. In such case, the portion intended to be subcontracted to the ineligible subcontractor shall be assumed by the general contractor. Subcontracting arrangement, if allowed, including the time of submission of the eligible documents of the subcontractor, shall be disclosed in the BDS. For the contents of bidding documents, pre-bid conference. If so specified in the BDS, a pre-bid conference shall be held either at the procuring entity's physical address and/or online through video conferencing, webcasting, or similar technology, or a combination thereof on the date indicated therein, to clarify and address the bidder's questions on the technical and financial components of this project. The pre-bid conference shall be held at least 12 calendar days before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids, but not earlier than 7 calendar days from posting of the invitation to bid and other bidding documents in the PhilJeps. Bidders are highly encouraged to attend the pre-bid conference to fully understand the procuring entity's requirements, while non-attendance of the bidder will in no way prejudice its bid. The bidder is deemed to know any changes and/or amendments to the bidding documents as may be provided in the supplemental bid bulletin. The proceedings of the pre-bid conference shall be recorded and the corresponding minutes shall be prepared not later than 5 calendar days after the pre-bid conference. The minutes shall be made available to prospective bidders not later than 5 days upon written request. The sessions of the BAC, amending any provision of the bidding document, shall be issued in writing through a supplemental bid bulletin at least 7 calendar days before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. For clarification and amendment of bidding documents, prospective bidders may request for clarification on and/or interpretation of any part of the bidding documents. Such request must be in writing and submitted to the BAC of the procuring entity at the address or electronic mail indicated in the BDS or through the electronic bidding facility of PhilJeps, as may be applicable at least 10 calendar days before the deadline set for the submission and receipt of bids. The BAC shall respond to the said request by issuing a supplemental bid bulletin duly signed by the BAC chairperson. It shall be made available to all those who have properly secured the bidding documents at least 7 calendar days before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. Supplemental bid bulletins may also be issued upon the procuring entity's initiative for purposes of clarifying or modifying any provision of the bidding documents not later than 7 calendar days before the deadline for submission and receipt of bids. Any modification to the bidding document shall be identified as an amendment. Any supplemental bid bulletin issued by the BAC shall also be posted in the PhilJeps in any conspicuous place in the premises of the procuring entity and on the website or social media platforms of the procuring entity if available, or such other channels as may be authorized by the GPPB. It shall be the responsibility of all prospective bidders, including those who have properly secured the bidding documents, to inquire and secure supplemental bid bulletins that may be issued by the BAC. However, bidders who have submitted bids before the issuance of the supplemental bid bulletin must be accordingly informed by the BAC and be allowed to modify or withdraw their bids prior to the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids in accordance with ITB Clause 25.
Tama ko nasa elementary.
Ano po?
Ako naman kayo ng elementary.
Letter C, preparation of bids. 11, language of bids. The eligibility requirements or statements, the bids, and all other documents to be submitted to the BAC must be in English. If the eligibility requirements or statements, the bids, and all other documents submitted to the BAC are in foreign language other than English, it must be accompanied by a translation of the documents in English. The documents shall be translated by the relevant foreign government agency, the foreign government agency authorized to translate documents, or a registered translator in the foreign bidder's country. The bidder shall cause the authentication of the translated documents and shall be authenticated by the appropriate Philippine Foreign Service Establishment or Post or the equivalent office having jurisdiction over the foreign bidder's affairs in the Philippines. The English translation shall govern for purposes of interpretation of the bid. However, for contracting parties to the Apostille Convention, the document shall be authenticated through an apostille by the competent authority as defined in Section 20.9.2 of the IRR, except for countries identified by the DFA that will still require legalization by the relevant embassy or consulate. 12 documents comprising the bid, technical and financial components. The first bid envelope shall contain the following technical documents, including the eligibility documents: field job certificate of registration, platinum membership, statement of SLCC, NFCC computation or committed line of credit, statement of all its ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started, if any, whether similar or not similar in nature and complexity to the contract to be bid. If applicable, joint venture agreement, or in the absence of a joint venture agreement, duly notarized statements from all potential joint venture partners stating that they will enter into and abide by the provisions of the joint venture agreement in the event that the bid is successful. Bid security in the prescribed form and amount in accordance with ITB Clause 16 and validity period under ITB Clause 15. Technical specifications, which may include production or delivery schedule, manpower requirements, or after-sales service or parts, if applicable, omnibus foreign statement, and for foreign bidders claiming eligibility by reason of their country's extension or of reciprocal rights to Filipinos, a certification from the relevant government office of their country stating that Filipinos are allowed to participate in their government procurement activities for the same item or product. The second bid envelope shall contain the following financial documents: bid form, which includes the bid price, price schedules in accordance with ITB Clause 13.1, and if applicable, certificate of domestic preference in accordance with ITB Clause 25. Whenever necessary, modifications may be made to the foregoing components specifically for major and specialized procurement to suit the particular needs of the procuring entity, subject to the approval of the GPPB. All bids that exceed the ABC shall not be accepted unless otherwise indicated in the bid data sheet. For foreign funded procurement, the ABC shall be applied as a ceiling to bid prices provided the following conditions are met. A. Bidding documents are obtained free of charge on a freely accessible website. If payment of bidding documents is required by the procuring entity, payment could be made upon the submission of bids. The procuring entity has procedures in place to ensure that the ABC is based on recent estimates made by the responsible unit of the procuring entity, and that the estimates reflect the quality, supervision, and risk and inflationary factors, as well as prevailing market prices associated with the types of works or goods to be procured. The procuring entity has trained cost estimators in estimating prices and analyzing bid variances. The procuring entity has established a system to monitor and report bid prices relative to ABC and engineers or procuring entities' estimate. The procuring entity has established a monitoring and evaluation system for contract implementation to provide feedback on actual total cost of goods and works. However, the GOP and the foreign government or foreign or international financing institutions may agree to waive the foregoing conditions. 13. Bid prices. The bidder shall accomplish the price schedule form as prescribed by the procuring entity, which may include the following details. For goods offered from within the Philippines, the price of the goods quoted EXW as applicable, the cost of all customs duties and sales and other taxes already paid or payable, the cost of transportation, insurance, and other costs incidental to delivery of the goods to their final destination, and the price of other incidental services, if any, listed in the bid data sheet. For goods offered from abroad, unless otherwise stated in the bid data sheet, the price of the goods shall be quoted DDP with the place of destination in the Philippines as specified in the bid data sheet. In quoting the price, the bidder shall be free to use transportation through carriers registered in any eligible country. Similarly, the bidder may obtain insurance services from any eligible source country. The price of other incidental services, if any, listed in the bid data sheet. or services based on the form which may be prescribed by the procuring entity in accordance with existing laws, rules, and regulations. The bidder shall accomplish the appropriate price schedule included herein, stating the unit prices, total price per item, the total amount, and the unexpected countries of origin of the goods to be supplied under this project. The bidder shall fill in rates and prices for all items of the goods described in the price schedule, which shall be presented and computed using up to 2 decimal places unless otherwise indicated in the bid data sheet. If the instructions to bidders specifically allow partial bids, bids not addressing or providing all of the required items in the bidding documents, including, where applicable, the price schedule, shall be considered non-responsive and shall be automatically disqualified. However, when no price or a zero or a dash is indicated in a required item in the bid form, the same shall be construed that it is being offered for free to the government, except those required by law or regulations to be provided for. The terms X works, cost, insurance, and freight, cost, and insurance paid to, and other trade terms used to describe the obligations of the parties shall be governed by the rules prescribed in the current edition of the Incoterms published by the International Chamber of Commerce, Paris. Prices quoted by the bidder shall be fixed during the bidder's performance of the contract and not subject to variation or price escalation on any account. A bid submitted with an adjusted price quotation shall be treated as non-responsive and shall be rejected. Number 14, bid currencies. Prices shall be quoted in the following currencies. For goods that the bidder will supply from within the Philippines, the prices shall be quoted in Philippine peso. For goods that the bidder will supply from outside the Philippines, the prices may be quoted in the local or tradable currencies accepted by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas as stated in the bid data sheet. However, allowed in accordance with ITB Clause 14.1, the procuring entity for purposes of bid evaluation and comparing the bid prices will convert the amounts in various currencies in which the bid price is expressed to Philippine peso and the foregoing exchange rates. Unless otherwise specified in the bid data sheet, payment of the contract price shall be made in Philippine peso. 15. Bid validity. Bid shall remain valid for the period specified in the bid data sheet, which shall not exceed 120 calendar days from the date of the opening of bids. Should it become necessary to extend the validity of the bids and the bid security beyond 120 calendar days, the procuring entity concerned shall request in writing all those who submitted bids for such extension before the expiration date therefor. Bidders, however, shall have the right to refuse to grant such extension without forfeiting their bid security. 16. Bid security. The bidder shall at its option submit a bid security in the form and amount as stated in the bid data sheet, which may include the following. Form of bid security, cash or cashier's or manager's check issued by a bank for bidding conducted, amount of bid security not less than 2%, and for bank draft guarantee or irrevocable letter of credit issued by a bank, provided however that shall be confirmed or authenticated by a local bank if issued by a foreign bank, 5%, and surety bond callable upon demand issued by a surety or insurance company duly certified by the Insurance Commission as authorized to issue such security, 5%, and the bid security shall be denominated in Philippine peso and posted in favor of the procuring entity. The bid security shall be valid for the period specified in the bid data sheet. Any bid not accompanied by an acceptable bid security shall be considered as non-responsive and rejected by the procuring entity. In no case shall the bid security be returned later than the expiration of the bid validity period indicated in the bid data sheet unless it has been extended. In case the bidder is required to extend its bid validity, the bidder may, at its discretion, substitute a bid securing declaration for the extended period as a replacement of its bid security, provided that the option to substitute is indicated in the bid data sheet. Upon signing and execution of the contract pursuant to ITB Clause 30 and the posting of the performance security pursuant to ITB Clause 31 and the bid security of the successful bidder will be discharged, but in no case later than its validity period as indicated in the ITB Clause 16.2. The bid security may be forfeited based on any of the following grounds as provided under Rule 8, 10, 11, and 12 IRR. If a bidder withdraws its bid during the period of bid validity specified in ITB Clause 15, does not accept the correction of errors pursuant to ITB Clause 26.5b, has a finding against the veracity of any of the documents submitted as stated in ITB Clause 27.2, submits eligibility requirements containing false information or falsified documents, submits bids that contain false information or falsified documents, or the concealment of such information in the bids to influence the outcome of eligibility screening or any other stage of the public bidding, allows the use of one's name or uses the name of another for purposes of public bidding, refuses to accept an award or enter into contract with the government without justifiable cause after the bidder had been adjudged as having submitted the lowest calculated responsive bid, most economically advantageous responsive bid, or most advantageous responsive bid, refuses or fails to post the required performance security within the prescribed timeline, refuses to clarify or validate in writing its bid during post-qualification within a period of 7 calendar days from receipt of the request for clarification, has any documented attempt by a bidder to unduly influence the outcome of the bidding in its favor, or commits other acts that tend to defeat the purpose of the competitive bidding, competitive dialogue, unsolicited offer with bid matching, and limited source bidding, such as but not limited to habitually withdrawing from bidding, submitting late bids, or patently insufficient bid for at least 3 times within a year except for valid reasons. If a winning bidder fails to sign their contract in accordance with ITB Clause 30, fails to furnish performance security in accordance with ITB Clause 31, or fails to enter into joint venture after the bid is declared successful in the case of potential joint venture partners. 17. Format and signing of bids. Bidders shall submit their bids through their duly authorized representative using the appropriate forms provided in Section 8, Philippine Bidding Documents Related Forms, on or before the deadline specified in ITB Clause 19, in 2 separate sealed bid envelopes, which shall be submitted simultaneously, whether through manual or online submission. The first shall contain the technical component of the bid, including the eligibility requirements under ITB Clause 12, and the second shall contain the financial component of bid. This shall also be observed for each lot in the case of lot procurement. Forms as mentioned in ITB Clause 17.1 must be completed without any alterations to their format. No substitute form shall be accepted. Each and every page of the bid form, including the price schedule under Section 8 hereof, shall be signed by the duly authorized representatives of the bidder. Failure to do so shall be a ground for the rejection of the bid. Any insertions, erasures, or overwriting shall be valid only if they are signed or initialed by the duly authorized representatives of the bidders. 18. Sealing and marking of bids. Bidders shall enclose their technical documents described in ITB Clause 12 in one sealed envelope marked technical component, and the financial component in another sealed envelope marked financial component, sealing them in all in an outer envelope marked bid. The bid as indicated in the bidding document shall be typed or written in ink and shall be signed by the bidder or its duly authorized representatives. All envelopes shall contain the name of the contract to be bid in capital letters, bear the name and address of the bidder in capital letters, be addressed to the procuring entity's back in accordance with ITB Clause 1.1, bear the specific identification of this bidding process indicated in the ITB Clause 1.1, and bear a warning do not open before the date and time for the opening of bids in accordance with ITB Clause 19. For manually submitted bid envelopes that are not properly sealed and marked, as required in the bidding documents, the same shall be accepted, provided that the bidder or its duly authorized representative shall acknowledge such conditions of the bid as submitted. On the other hand, unsealed or unmarked bid envelopes or bids that cannot be opened or corrupted in case of online submission shall be rejected. The BAC shall assume no responsibility for misplaced or lost contents of the improperly sealed or marked bid or for its premature opening. Submission and opening of bids. 19. Deadline for submission of bids. Bids must be received by the procuring entity's BAC at the address indicated in the invitation to bid or through the e-bidding facility of the PhilJEPs on or before the date and time indicated in the bid datasheet. 20. Late bids. Bids, including the eligibility requirements submitted after the deadline, shall be rejected by the BAC. The BAC shall record in the minutes of the meeting the submission and opening of bids, the bidder's name, its representative, and the time the late bid was submitted. 21. Modification and withdrawal of bids. Bidders may modify their bids before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. For manual submission and receipt of bids, the bidder shall not be allowed to retrieve their original bid, but shall only be allowed to submit the bid modification by sending another bid, equally sealed, properly identified, linked to their original bid, marked as a modification thereof and stamped received by the BAC. Bid modifications received after the applicable deadline shall not be considered and shall be returned to the bidder unopened. For online submission of bids, the bidder shall not be allowed to retrieve their original bid, but shall only be allowed to submit the bid modification, send another bid equally secured, properly identified, labeled as a modification of the one previously submitted. The time indicated in the latest bid receipt page generated shall be the official time of submission. Bids modification submitted after the applicable deadline shall not be accepted. Bidders may withdraw their bids in writing before the deadline for submission and receipt of bids. Withdrawal of bids after the applicable deadline shall be subject to appropriate sanctions as prescribed in the IRR. Bidders may also express their intention not to participate in the bidding in writing, which should be received by the BAC before the deadline for submission and receipt of bids. Bidders that withdraw their bids shall no longer be allowed to submit another bid for the same contract directly or indirectly. No bid may be modified after the deadline for submission and receipt of bids. Further, no bid may be withdrawn in the interval between the deadline for submission and receipt of bids and the expiration of bid validity specified by the bidder in the financial bid form. Withdrawal of bid during this interval shall result in the forfeiture of the bidder's bid security pursuant to ITB Clause 16.5 and the imposition of administrative sanctions as prescribed by RA number 12009 and without prejudice to the imposition of civil and criminal sanctions as provided under applicable laws. Alternative bids shall be rejected. For this purpose, alternative bid shall pertain to an offer made by a bidder in addition or as a substitute to its original bid, which may be included as part of its original bid or submitted separately. A bid with option shall likewise be considered an alternative bid regardless of whether said bid proposal is contained in a single envelope or submitted in two or more separate bid envelopes. Each bidder shall submit only one bid, either individually or as a partner in a joint venture. Bidder who submits or participates in more than one bid will cause all the proposals with the bidder's participation to be disqualified. They shall be without prejudice to any applicable criminal, civil, and administrative penalties that may be imposed upon the persons and entities concerned. 22. Opening and preliminary examination of bids. The BAC shall open the bids in public immediately after the deadline for submission and receipt of bids as specified in the bid datasheet. In case the bids cannot be opened as scheduled due to justifiable reasons, the BAC shall take custody of the submitted bids and reschedule the opening of bids on the next working day or at the soonest possible time through the issuance of a notice of postponement to be posted on the PhilJEP's website and the website of the procuring entity concerned. The manner of opening of the bids for goods shall depend on the award criterion to be adopted as follows. For LCRB and NIARB, the BAC shall open the technical and financial proposals on the same day. And for MARB, only the technical proposals shall be opened on the same day, while the financial proposal shall remain unopened and shall be kept securely by the BAC until the specified time of their opening as indicated in the bid data sheet. Only the financial proposals of the bidders who have met the highest technical score for MAB shall be opened. The procuring entity shall prepare the minutes of the proceedings of the bid opening that shall include as a minimum names of bidders, their bid prices, bid security, finding of preliminary examination, and whether there is a withdrawal or modification, and attendance sheet. The BAC members shall sign the abstract of bids as read. The bidders or their duly authorized representatives may attend the opening of bids. The BAC shall ensure the integrity, security, and confidentiality of all submitted bids. The abstract of bids as read and the minutes of the bid opening shall be made available to the public upon written request and payment of a specified fee to recover the cost of materials. To ensure transparency and accurate representation of the bid submission, the BAC Secretariat shall notify in writing all bidders whose bids it has received through its PhilJEP's registered physical address or email or official email address. The said notice shall be issued within 7 calendar days from the date of bid opening. Letter E, evaluation and comparison of bids. Process to be confidential. Members of the BAC, its staff and personnel, secretariat, and TWG, as well as observers, are prohibited from making or accepting any communication with any bidder regarding the evaluation of their bids until the issuance of the notice of award unless otherwise allowed in ITB Clause 24. Any effort by a bidder to influence the procuring entity in its decision in respect of bid evaluation, bid comparison, or contract award will result in the rejection of the bid. Clarification of bids. To assist in the evaluation, comparison, and post-qualification of the bids, the procuring entity may ask in writing any bidder for a clarification of its bid. All responses to request for clarification shall be in writing. Any clarification submitted by a bidder in respect to its bid that is not in response to the request of the procuring entity shall not be considered. Domestic preference, the procuring entity shall give priority and preference to Philippine products and services. The preference and priority for Philippine products shall be guaranteed at all levels of the procurement process, including raw materials, ingredients, supplies, or fixtures. For a period of 10 years from the effectivity of RA number 11981 or the Tatak Pinoy Act, and for Philippine products and services in sectors and economic activities covered by the prevailing Tatak Pinoy strategy, the procuring entity is mandated to award the contract to the domestic bidder for Philippine products and services in sectors and economic activities covered by the prevailing TPS. Domestic bidder, for purposes of this provision, refers to any person or entity offering unmanufactured articles, materials, or supplies grown or produced in the Philippines, or manufactured articles, materials, or supplies manufactured or to be manufactured in the Philippines substantially from articles, materials, or supplies that will be produced or manufactured in the Philippines, as the case may be. After the said 10-year period, the domestic preference shall be subject to a margin of preference to be determined by the Tatak Pinoy Council, which shall not be lower than 15%. For products and services governed by the TPS, the domestic preference in procurement shall be in accordance with the IRR or guidelines issued by the Top Pinoy Act. The procuring entity shall award the project to the domestic bidder if the bid is not more than 25% in excess of the lowest foreign bid. The margin of preference provided herein shall be subject to periodic review and adjustment by the GPPB as may be necessary. A domestic bidder can only claim preference if it secures from the appropriate agency a certification that the articles forming part of its bid are substantially composed of articles, materials, or supplies grown, produced, or manufactured in the Philippines. The preference herein established may be waived should any of the following conditions be present as provided in the bid data sheet. Where domestic production is insufficient or unavailable in the required commercial quantities, where the specific or desired quality is not met, and where domestic preference will result in inconsistencies with the Philippines' obligations under treaty or international or execution agreements or other analogous circumstances. 26, detailed evaluation and comparison of bids. The procuring entity's evaluation of bids shall be based on the bid price quoted in the bid form, which includes the price schedule. The procuring entity will undertake the detailed evaluation and comparison of the bids which have passed the opening and preliminary examination of bids pursuant to ITB Clause 22 to determine the lowest calculated bid, most economically advantageous bid, and MAB. The award criterion shall be determined as follows. For LCB, the detailed evaluation of the financial component of the bids to establish the correct calculated prices of the bids and the ranking of the total bid prices as so calculated from the lowest to the highest, where the bid with the lowest price shall be identified as the LCB. For MIAB, the BAC shall evaluate the quality and price proposals to determine the MIAB using the following steps. The quality proposal together with the price proposal shall be considered in the evaluation of bids. The quality proposals shall be evaluated first using the criteria in the BDS. The price proposals of the bids that meet the minimum quality scores shall then be opened. The price and quality proposal shall be given corresponding weights, with the price proposal given a minimum weight of 15% up to a maximum of 40%. The weight of the quality criteria shall be adjusted accordingly such that their total weight in percent together with the weight given to the price proposal shall be equal to 100%. To further promote green public procurement, the sustainability of products or materials with green specifications shall be given greater weight in the evaluation of bids. As approved by the BAC, the exact weights shall be indicated in the BDS. The BAC shall rank the bidders in descending order based on the combined numerical ratings of their quality and price proposals. The bidder with the best overall score using the quality-price ratio shall be referred to as the MIAB. The HOPE shall approve or disapprove the recommendation of the BAC within 2 calendar days after receipt of the results of the evaluation from the BAC. In order to eliminate bias in evaluating the quality proposals, it is recommended that the highest and lowest scores for each bidder for each criterion shall not be considered in the terms of the bidders except when the evaluation is conducted in collegial manner. The BAC shall immediately conduct a detailed evaluation of all bids using non-discretionary criteria in considering the following.
Completeness of the bid unless the BDS allows partial bids. Bids not addressing or providing all of the required items in the BDS shall be considered non-responsive and thus automatically disqualified. However, when no price or a zero or a dash is indicated in a required item in the bid form, the same shall be construed that it is being offered for free to the government except those required by law or regulations to be provided for, and arithmetic corrections For arithmetic corrections, the BAC shall apply arithmetic corrections on computational errors and omissions to enable proper comparison of all eligible bids. Bid corrections may also be considered if expressly allowed in the BDS. Any adjustment shall be calculated in monetary terms to determine the calculated prices. Based on the detailed evaluation of bids, those that comply with the above-mentioned requirements shall be ranked in the ascending order of their total calculated bid prices as evaluated and corrected for computational errors, discounts, and other modifications to identify the LCB, MEAB, or the NAB. Total calculated bid prices as evaluated and corrected for computational errors, discounts, and other modifications which exceed the ABC shall not be considered unless otherwise indicated in the BDS. The BAC shall evaluate all the bids on an equal footing to ensure fair and competitive bid comparison. For this purpose, all bidders shall be required to include in their bids the cost of all taxes, such as but not limited to value-added tax, income tax, local taxes, and other fiscal levies and duties, whichever is applicable, as itemized in the bid form and reflected in the detailed estimates. Such bids, including said taxes, shall be the basis for bid evaluation and comparison. If so indicated pursuant to ITB Clause 1.2, bids may be submitted for individual lots or for any combination thereof, provided that all bids and combinations of bids shall be received by the same deadline and opened and evaluated simultaneously so as to determine the bid or combination of bids offering the lowest calculated cost to the procuring entity. Bid prices quoted shall correspond to all items specified for each lot and to all quantities specified for each item of a lot. Bid security, as required by ITB Clause 16, shall be submitted for each contract or lot separately. The basis for evaluation of lots is specified in BDS Clause 26.5. In order to eliminate bias in evaluating the quality proposals, it is recommended that the highest and lowest scores for each bidder for each criterion shall not be considered in determining the average scores of the bidders, except when the evaluation is conducted in a collegial manner. For post-qualification, the BAC shall determine to its satisfaction whether the bidders that is evaluated as having submitted the LCB, MEAB, or NAB, as the case may be, complies with and is responsive to all the requirements and conditions specified in ITB Clause 5, 12.1, and 12.2. The bidder within 5 calendar days from receipt of notice from the BAC that it submitted the LCB, NEAB, or MAB shall submit all the eligible documents supporting its PhilJEP certificate of registration. Platinum membership. Its latest income and business tax returns filed for the preceding quarter, which should be earlier than 2 quarters from the date of submission, and receipt of bid and other appropriate licenses and permits required by law and stated in the BDS. Failure to submit any of the post-qualification requirements on time or a finding against the veracity thereof shall disqualify the bidder for award, provided that in the event that a finding against the veracity of any of the documents submitted is made, it shall cause the forfeiture of the bid security. The determination shall be based upon an examination of the documentary evidence of the bidder's qualifications submitted pursuant to ITB clauses 12.1 and 12.2, as well as other information the procuring entity deems necessary and appropriate using a non-discretionary pass or fail criterion, which shall be completed within a period of 12 calendar days. If the BAC determines that the bidder with the LCB, NEAB, or NAB fails to meet the post-qualification criteria, it shall immediately notify the said bidder in writing of its post-disqualification and the grounds for such determination. Immediately after the BAC has notified the first bidder or its post-disqualification, and notwithstanding any pending request for reconsideration thereof, the BAC shall initiate and complete the same post-qualification process on the bidder with the second LCB, NEAB, or NAB. If the second bidder passes the post-qualification and the request for reconsideration of the first bidder has been denied, the second bidder shall be post-qualified as the bidder with the LCB, NEAB, or NAB. If the second bidder, however, fails to post-qualify fails the post-qualification, the procedure for post-qualification shall be repeated for the bidder with the next LCB, MEAB, or MAB, and so on, until the LCB, MEARB, and MARB, as the case may be, is determined for award, subject to the procedure of notice and execution of award. If the BAC determines that the bidder with the LCB, MEAB, or MAB passes all the criteria for post-qualification, it shall declare the said bid as the LCRB, MEARB, MARB, single calculated responsive bid, single economically advantageous responsive bid, or single advantageous bid. Within a period not exceeding 10 calendar days from the determination and declaration through a resolution by the BAC of the LCRB, MERB, MARB, SCRB, SEARB, or SARB, as the case may be, and the recommendation of the award, the hope or its duly authorized representative shall approve or disapprove the said recommendation. In case of approval, the hope or its duly authorized representative shall immediately issue the notice of award to the bidder with the LCRB, MEARB, MARB, SCRB, SEARB, or SARB, as the case may be. In the event that the approving authority shall disapprove the resolution on the award of the contract, such as the approval shall be based only on valid, reasonable, and justifiable grounds to be expressed in writing. A copy of the decision of disapproving the resolution shall be furnished to the BAC and the bidder. For the reservation clause, notwithstanding the eligibility or post-qualification of a bidder, and without incurring any liability, the hope or its duly authorized representative at any stage of the procurement reserves the right to review its qualifications, reject any and all bids, declare a failure of bidding, and not award the contract in the following situations. First, if has reasonable grounds to believe that a misinterpretation has been made by the said bidder, or that there has been a change in the bidder's capability to undertake the project from the time it submitted its eligibility requirements. Second, evaluation criteria. The procuring entity shall consider the said bidder as ineligible and disqualify it from participating further in the bidding process or being awarded the contract. Based on any of the following grounds, the procuring entity reserves the right to reject any and all bids, declare a failure of bidding at any time prior to the contract award, or not to award the contract without thereby incurring any liability, and make no assurance that a contract shall be entered into as a result of the bidding. First, if there is prima facie evidence of collusion between appropriate public officers or employees of the procuring entity, or between the BAC and any of the bidders, or if the collusion is between or among the bidders themselves, or between a bidder and a third party, including any act which restricts, suppresses, or nullifies, or tends to restrict, suppress, or nullify competition, or influences, or tends to influence the bidding process. If the BAC is found to have failed in complying with the applicable law or in following the prescribed bidding procedures, or if there are any justifiable and reasonable ground where the award of the contract will not redound to the benefit of the government in instances where the physical and economic conditions have significantly changed so as to render the project no longer economically, financially, or technically feasible as determined by the HOPE. The project is no longer necessary as determined by the HOPE, and the source of funds for the project has been withheld or reduced through no fault of the procuring entity. For the award of the contract award, subject to ITB Clause 27, the HOPE or its duly authorized representative shall award the contract to the bidder whose bid has been determined to be LCRB, MEARB, MARB, SCRB, SEARB, or SARB, as the case may be. Prior to the expiration of the period of bid validity, the procuring entity shall notify the successful bidder in writing that its bid has been accepted through a notice of award duly received by the bidder or its representative personally or sent by registered mail or electronically, receipt of which must be confirmed in writing within 2 days by the bidder with the LCRB, MEARB, RB, SARB, SEARB, or SARB, as applicable and submitted personally or sent by registered mail or electronically to the procuring entity. Within 10 calendar days from receipt by the winning bidder of the notice of award, the following conditions should be complied with before the contract may be awarded. Submission of the following documents: valid JVA if applicable, or the SEC certificate of registration of the foreign corporation if applicable. Posting of the performance security in accordance with ITD Clause 31 and signing of the contract as provided in ITD Clause 30. At the time of contract award, the procuring entity shall not increase or decrease the quantity of goods originally specified in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. For the signing of the contract, within 10 calendar days from the receipt of the notice of award, the winning bidder shall post the required performance security, sign and date the contract, and return it to the procuring entity. The procuring entity shall enter into a contract with the successful bidder within the same 10 calendar days period, provided that all documentary requirements are complied with. The following documents shall form part of the contract: contract agreement, bidding documents, the winning bidder's bid, including technical and financial proposals, and all other documents or statements submitted. Example, bidder's response to request for clarifications on the bid, including corrections to the bid, if any, resulting from any procuring entity's bid evaluation. For performance security, another is the notice of award of contract and other contract documents that may be required by existing laws and or specified in the BDS. For performance security, to guarantee the faithful performance of its obligations under the contract, the winning bidder shall post a performance security prior to the signing of the contract. Furthermore, the successful bidder shall be required to update the performance security posted before the issuance of an amendment to order, if any. Sectors enumerated under Section 76.1 of the IRR may be allowed to post a performance security declaration as specified in the BDS. The performance security shall be in any form selected by the procuring entity in the amount indicated in the BDS, which shall not be less than the percentage of the total contract price in accordance with the following price. For cash or cashier's manager's check issued by the bank, for bidders conducted by LGUs, the cashier's or manager's check may be issued by other banks certified by the BSP as authorized to issue such financial instrument. The amount of performance security is 5%. For bank draft or guarantee or irrevocable letter of credit issued by a local bank, if issued by a foreign bank, it shall be confirmed or authenticated by a local bank. The amount of performance security is also 5%. For surety bond callable upon demand issued by a surety or insurance company duly certified by the IC as authorized to issue, it is 30%. 30%. The performance security shall be denominated in the Philippine peso and posted in favor of the procuring entity, which shall be forfeited in the event it is established that the winning bidder is default in any of its obligations under the contract. For the notice to proceed, the procuring entity shall issue the notice to proceed to the winning bidder not later than 3 calendar days from the date of approval of the contract by the appropriate signatories. All notices shall form by the terms of the contract shall be effective only at the time of the receipt, therefore, by the successful bidder. For protest mechanism, decisions of the bank in all stages of procurement may be protested by the HOPE in accordance with Section 83 of the IRR. For Section 3, bid data sheet. Ano yun?
For the bid data sheet po, ang magbabasa naman po ay si Engineer Beam. Engineer Beam, over po.
Thank you, Ms. Pao. So for our bid data sheet, ITB clause number 1.1, The procuring entity is DOH Bicol CHD. The project title is Supply and Delivery of Various Drugs and Medicines. The identification number of the contract is IB number 26-18. ITB clause 1.2, the number lots is 13 line items. Number 2, the funding source is as under 2.1, the GOP through the source of funding as indicated below is 2026 in the amount of 1,716,398 pesos and 50 centavos only. Under 2.2, the source of funding is GAA, General Appropriations Act. For ITB clause number 3.1, no further instructions. 5.2, foreign bidders may participate in the project in view of the following circumstances. 5.2.b, when the foreign supplier is a citizen, corporation, or association of a country, the law or regulation of which grants reciprocal rights of the privileges to citizens, corporations, or associations of the Philippines. Under ITB 5.4, the bidder's SLC system similar to the contract to be bid should have been completed within 2 years prior to the deadline of the submission and receipt of bids. The single largest completed contract, equivalent to at least 50% of the total ABC, the bidder opts to bid, which shall be supported with the following documents: the end user's acceptance or official receipt or sales invoice issued for the contract, if completed. This is under the GPPB resolution number 16-2020. Failure to submit copy of the single largest completed contract with the required supporting documents is a valid ground for disqualification of the bidder. Under ITB clause 5.5, contracts similar to the project shall be contracts referring to supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines. And for ITB clause number 7, no further instruction. Under 8.1, subcontracting is not allowed. Under 8.4, not applicable. For ITB clause number 9.1, the procuring entity will hold a pre-bid conference for the project on March 5, 2026 at 9 a.m. through the video conferencing or webcasting via Google Meet. Under 10.1, the procuring entity address is DOH Bicol-CHD, Legazpi City, with postal address of 4500. Miss Liberty T. Tapado, the head of BAC Secretariat, with telephone number 732-2031 with local number 5170. We have also email address publicbidding@bicol.doh.gov.ph with the agency websites of bicol.doh.gov.ph. Under ITB clause number 12.4, the ABC is 1,716,398 pesos and 50 centavos only. Any bid with a financial component exceeding the amount shall not be accepted. Under 13.1, A sub A and 4, no incidental services are required. Under 13.1, B2, B1, the price of the goods shall be quoted DDP Philippines, DOH Bicol CHD Legazpi City, or the applicable international commercial terms, Incoterms for this project. Under 13.1, B2, no incidental services are required. Under 13.2, no further instruction. 14.1B, the bid price for goods supplied from outside the Philippines shall be quoted in Philippine peso. Under 14.3, payment of the contract price shall be made in Philippine peso. 15.1, bids will be valid for 120 days from the bid of opening. Under 16.1, the bid security shall be in a form of bid securing declaration for any of the following. Number 1, the amount not less than 2% of ABC the bidder opts to bid if bid security is in cash. Number 2, the amount of not less than 2% of the ABC the bidder opts to bid if the security is in cashier's check. Number 3, the amount of not less than 2% of the ABC the bidder opts to bid if the bid security is in manager's check. Number 4, the amount of not less than 5% of ABC the bidder opts to bid if bid security is in a bank draft. And number 5, the amount of not less than 5% of the total ABC and the bidder opts to bid if bid security is in guarantee. For number 6, the amount of not less than 5% of the total ABC, the bidder opts to bid if the security is irrevocable, LOC, or number 7, the amount of not less than 5% of the total ABC, the bidder opts to bid if bid security is surety bond. Under ITB clause number 16.2, the bid security shall be valid until July 15, 2016. Under 16.3, substitution of the bid security is not allowed. Under ITB clause number 9, the address for the submission of the bid is DOH Bicol CACD Legazpi through manual submission of the office address given or online or electronic submission on or before March 17, 2026 at 9 a.m. The deadline for submission of bids is March 17, 2026 at 9 a.m. Under ITB clause 22.1, the date of time opening is March 17, 2026, 9 a.m. 22.2b, not applicable. 25.7, no further instruction. 26.3, not applicable. 26.3b3, not applicable. 26.3c1, not applicable. 26.5a, partial bids are allowed. All goods are grouped in lots listed below. Bidders shall have the option of submitting a proposal on any or all lots in evaluation, and contract award will be undertaken on a per lot basis. Lots shall not be divided further into sublots for the purpose of bidding, evaluation, and contract award. Lots should be formed of similar items that are likely to attract the maximum competition. A lot is a quantity and number of items that will be included in a single contract. Option 1. Each item to be evaluated and compared with other bids separately and recommended for contract award separately. Under ITB clause number 26.5b, arithmetical correction is allowed. 26.6, no further instruction. 27.1, post qualification. The LCB shall submit the following documentary requirements with a non-extendable period of 5 calendar days from receipt of the notification. Letter A, latest income tax return, the BIR Form 1701Q or 1702Q, filed through electronic filing and payment systems duly validated with payments made thereon. Letter B, latest business tax return, BIR Form 2550Q, filed through electronic filing and payment systems, duly validated with tax made thereon. Letter C, Annex A of the PhilGIP certificate, platinum membership, and all the eligibility documents supporting its PhilGIP certificate of registration platinum membership. Letter D, a photocopy of SLCC contracts or purchase order. Note, the latest income and business tax returns are those filed within the last 6 months preceding the date of bid submission. Failure of the bidder declared as LCB to duly submit the requirements stated above or finding against the veracity of such shall be a valid ground for forfeiture of the bid security and disqualification of the bidder. In case the notice for the submission of post-qualification documents is sent via the bidder's email, it shall be considered as received by the bidder on the date and time the email was sent, whether or not the bidders acknowledge the said email. It shall be bidder's responsibility to check her email for the purpose. The post-qualification shall verify, validate, and ascertain veracity, authenticity, and validity of all Class A eligibility documents supporting the PhilGIP certificate of registration and membership in accordance with Section 8.5.2 of this IRR, and all other statements made and documents submitted by the bidder with the lowest calculated, highest rated bid using non-discretionary criteria as stated in the bidding documents. Under ITB Clause 30.3F, aside from conformity with the technical specification, the below mentioned document must be included in the technical envelope. Number 1, valid Philippine Food and Drugs Administration license to operate for drug distributors and traders. Number 2, valid Philippine Food and Drugs Administration certificate of product registration or valid extension. Number 3, proof of application for renewal filed from within 120 calendar days from the original expiration date. It is under IRR of RA 9711. Number 4, certification or agreement or contract between the bidder and the manufacturer, distributor, importer, wholesaler, as specified in the CPR, that the bidder is an authorized dealer or distributor of the item to be bid. Number 5, the product insert, product information. Number 6, certificate of compliance with the electronic drugs price monitoring system issued by either the DOH Pharmaceutical Division or the DOH Regional Health Office Centers for Health Development. Failure to submit the above mentioned document is a ground for disqualification of the bidder. Under ITB Clause 31.2, not applicable. Under 31.3, the performance security shall be in a form of manager's check amounting to not less than 5% of the total contract price.
Thank you po, Engineer.
Thank you, Ms. Pao.
For Section 4 po, General Conditions of Contract, to be read by Miss Jelly po ulit. Ma'am Jelly, over po.
Thank you po, Ma'am Pao. For this section po, the general terms, in this contract, the following terms shall be interpreted as indicated. The procuring entity means the organization purchasing the goods as named in the SCC. The supplier means the individual contractor, manufacturer, distributor, or firm supplying or manufacturing the goods and services under this contract and named in the SCC. The funding source means the organization named in the SCC. And the project site or applicable means the place or places named in the SCC. For corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, and coercive practices, unless otherwise provided in the SCC, the procuring entity as well as the bidders, contractors, or suppliers shall observe the highest standard of ethics during the procurement and execution of this contract. Further, the funding source as appropriate will seek to impose the maximum civil, administrative, and/or criminal penalties available under the applicable law on individuals and organizations deemed to be involved with any of the practices mentioned in ITB Clause 3.1. Inspection and audit by the funding source. The supplier shall allow the funding source to inspect its accounts and records related to the performance of its obligations. If the funding source requires a separate audit, it shall appoint its auditor and bear the cost thereof. Governing law and language. This contract shall be interpreted in accordance with the laws of the Republic of the Philippines. The contract has been executed in the English language, which shall be in the binding and controlling language for all matters relating to the meaning or interpretation of this contract. All correspondence and other documents pertaining to this contract exchanged by the parties shall be written in English. For the notices, any notice, request, or consent required or permitted to be given or made pursuant to this contract shall be in writing. Any such notice, request, or consent shall be deemed to have been given or made when received by the concerned party, either in person or through an authorized representative of the party to whom the communication is addressed, or when sent by registered mail or electronic mail to such party at the address specified in the SEC, which shall be effective when delivered and duly received as may be applicable. A party may be changed its address upon notice pursuant to the provisions listed in the SEC. The scope of the contract. The goods to be provided shall be specified in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. This contract shall include all such items, although not specifically mentioned, that can be reasonably inferred as being required for its completion, as if such items were expressly mentioned herein. Any additional requirements for the completion of this contract shall be provided in the SEC. Subcontracting. For subcontracting arrangements, the following rules shall apply for both locally funded projects and projects financed through official development assistance, except those covered by treaty or international or executive agreements. The subcontracted portion of the contract shall be subject to the approval of the Pope and the following conditions. The subcontracted portion shall not exceed 20% for goods or a different percentage on a per project basis as approved by the GPPB. The threshold percentages fixed herein shall be subject to the periodic review and adjustments as may be deemed appropriate by the GPPB. The subcontracted portion shall be limited to the components that are not deemed significant or material to the project as determined by the procuring entity. Subcontracting arrangement, if allowed, including the time of submission of the eligible documents of the subcontractor, shall be disclosed in the bidding documents. Subcontractors must meet the eligibility criteria and submit the same eligibility documents as the general contractor. Failure of a subcontractor to meet the eligibility criteria does not affect the eligibility of the general contractor for the procurement project. In such case, the portion intended to the subcontracted ineligible subcontractor shall be assumed by the general contractor. The general contractor shall remain liable for the subcontractor's actions, defaults, delays, and negligence. The general contractor and the subcontractor are obliged to comply with the provisions of the contract and shall share liability jointly and severally in cases of violation of safety standards or other labor standards insofar as the subcontracted portion is concerned, and for purposes of post-qualification in accordance with its objective and process under the IRR, the value of completed and accepted project, including the subcontracted portion, shall be credited as experience of the general contractor. In the case of the subcontractor, the following rules shall apply. The subcontractor shall get credit for 100% of the value of the subcontracted portion of the project performed, and subcontractors shall be eligible to count concessional windows of GFIs that treat receivables from the government as loan security. The receivables of subcontractors due from their general contractor shall similarly be accepted as loan security by GFIs. Procuring entities' responsibilities. Whenever the performance of the obligations of this contract requires that the supplier obtain permits, approvals, import, and other licenses from local public authorities, the procuring entity may assist the supplier in complying with such requirements in a timely and expeditious manner. The procuring entity shall pay all costs involved in the performance of its responsibilities in accordance with the scope of contract. For prices. For goods and services covered under this contract as awarded, all bid prices shall be deemed fixed and not subject to price escalation during contract implementation, except as otherwise provided in the succeeding provisions. Prices charged by the supplier for goods delivered and or services performed under this contract shall not vary from the prices quoted by the supplier in its bid, unless there is a change in price resulting from amendment to order issued in accordance with GCC Clause 20. For advance payment, for goods sourced from within the Philippines, advance payments may be made as follows. A single advance payment not to exceed 50% of the contract amount shall be allowed for contracts entered into by a procuring entity for the following services with the requirement of down payment as a standard industry practice. Hotel and restaurant services. Number 2, use of conference or seminar and areas. And number 3, lease of office. Emission of an irrevocable letter of credit or bank guarantee issued by local bank. Advance payment not exceeding 15% of the contract amount shall be allowed and paid in the supplier within 60 calendar days from the signing of the contract. The irrevocable line of credit or bank guarantee, which must be an equivalent amount, shall remain valid until the goods are delivered and accompanied by a claim for advance payment. For goods supplied from abroad, unless otherwise indicated in the SCC, the terms of payment shall be as follows. Upon contract signing, 15% of the contract price shall be paid within 60 days from signing of the contract, and upon submission of a claim and a bank guarantee for the equivalent amount, valid until the goods are delivered and in the form provided in Section 8, ABD-related forms. Upon delivery, 65% of the contract price shall be paid to the supplier within 60 days after the date receipt of the goods and upon submission of the documents through specified in the SCC provision on delivery of end documents. Upon acceptance, the remaining 20% of the contract price shall be paid to the supplier within 60 days from the date of submission of the acceptance and inspection certificate for the respective delivery issued by the procuring entity's authorized representative. In the event that no inspection or acceptance certificate is issued by the procuring entity's authorized representative within 45 days of the date shown on the delivery receipt, the supplier shall have the right to claim payment of the remaining 20% subject to the procuring entity's own verification of the reasons for the failure to issue documents and as described in the SCC provision on delivery and documents. All progress payments for goods shall first be charged against the advance payment until the latter has been fully exhausted. For payment, payment shall be made only upon certification by the hope that the goods have been delivered in accordance with the terms of this contract and have been duly inspected and accepted. Except with the prior approval of the President, no payment shall be made for services not yet rendered or for supplies and materials not yet delivered under the contract. The supplier's request for payment shall be made by to the procuring entity in writing, accompanied by an invoice describing as appropriate the goods delivered and or services rendered, and by documents submitted pursuant to the SCC provisions for GCC Clause 6.2 and upon fulfillment of other obligations stipulated in this contract. Pursuant to GCC Clause 11.2, Payment shall be made promptly by the procuring entity after submission of an invoice or claim by the supplier. Payments shall be in accordance with the applicable accounting and auditing laws, rules, and regulations. Unless otherwise provided in the SCC, all payments to the supplier under this contract shall be in the Philippine peso. Unless otherwise provided in the SCC, payments using LOC is allowed. For this purpose, the amount of provisional sum shall be indicated in the SCC. All changes for or incidental expenses thereto shall be for the account of the supplier. For taxes and duties, the supplier, whether local or foreign, shall be entirely responsible for all the necessary taxes, stamp duties, license and permit fees, and other such levies imposed for the completion of the contract. Performance security. Within 10 calendar days, the receipt of the notice of award from the procuring entity, but in no case later than signing of the contract by both parties, the successful bidder shall furnish the performance security in any forms prescribed in ITD clauses 31.2 and 31.3. The performance security posted in favor of the procuring entity shall be forfeited in the event it is established that the winning bidder is in default in any of its obligations under the contract. The performance security shall remain valid until issuance by the procuring entity of the certificate of final acceptance. The performance security may be released by the procuring entity and returned to the supplier after the issuance of the certificate of final acceptance, subject to the following conditions. First, there are no pending claims against the supplier or the surety company filed by the procuring entity. Second, claims for labor and materials filed against it. And third, other terms specified in the SCC. The procuring entity shall allow a proportional reduction in the original performance security in case of a reduction in contract value, provided that any such reduction is more than 10% and that the aggregate of such reduction is not more than 50% of the ongoing performance security. For the use of contract documents and information, the supplier shall not, without the procuring entity's prior written consent, disclose the contract or any specification, plan, drawing, pattern, sample, or information furnished by or on behalf of the procuring entity except for purposes of performing the obligations therein. Any such disclosure shall be made in confidence and shall extend only as far as may be necessary for purposes of such performance. Other than this contract, any document enumerated in GCC Clause 1.1 shall remain the property of the procuring entity. All copies shall be returned to the procuring entity upon completion of the supplier's performance under the contract, if so required by the procuring entity. For standards, the goods provided under this contract shall conform to the standards mentioned in Section 7. Technical specifications, when no applicable standard is mentioned, the goods shall comply with the latest authoritative standards appropriate to its country of origin. For inspection and test, the procuring entity or its representative shall have the right to inspect and or to test the goods to confirm their conformity to the contract specifications at no extra cost to the procuring entity other than that specified under item 16.3 below. The SCC and Section 7 technical specifications shall specify what inspections and or tests the procuring entity requires and where they are to be conducted. The procuring entity shall notify the supplier in writing in a timely manner of the identity of any representatives retained for these purposes. If applicable, the inspections and tests may be conducted on the premises of the supplier or its subcontractors, at point of delivery and or at the goods' final destination. If conducted on the premises of the supplier or its subcontractors, all reasonable facilities and assistance, including access to drawings and production data, shall be furnished to the inspectors at no cost to the procuring entity. The supplier shall provide the procuring entity with the results of such inspections and tests. The procuring entity or its designated representative shall be allowed to attend the test and or inspections referred to its clause, provided that the procuring entity shall bear all its own costs and expenses incurred in connection with such attendance, including but not limited to all travels and boards and lodging expenses. The procuring entity shall reject the goods or any part thereof that fail any test and or inspection or do not conform to the specifications. The supplier shall either rectify or replace such rejected goods or parts thereof or make alterations necessary to meet the specifications at no cost to the procuring entity. Upon giving due notice to the supplier pursuant to GCC Clause 5, the test and or inspection may be repeated by the procuring entity at no additional cost. The supplier agrees that neither the execution of a test and or inspection of the goods or any part thereof, nor the attendance by the procuring entity or its representatives to the said test and or inspection shall release the supplier from any warranties or other obligations under this contract. The supplier warrants that the goods supplied under the contract are new and use of the most recent or current models and with all recent improvements in design and materials, except when the technical specifications required by the procuring entity provides otherwise. The supplier further warrants that all goods supplied under this contract shall have no defect arising from design, materials, or workmanship, or from any act of or omission of the supplier that may develop under normal use of the supplied goods in the conditions prevailing in the country of final destination. To ensure correction of manufacturing defects, the supplier shall be required to provide warranty for a minimum period specified in the SCC. At the option of the procuring entity, the obligation for the warranty shall be covered by first, retention money in the amount equivalent to at least 1%, but not exceeding 5% of every progress payment, or B, special bank guarantee equivalent to at least 1%, but not to exceed 5% of the total contract price, or other such amount if so specified in the SCC. The said amount shall only be released by the procuring entity after the lapse of the warranty period specified in the SCC, or in case in case of expendable supplies after the consumption thereof, provided, however, that the supplies delivered are free from patent and latent defects and all conditions imposed under these contracts have been fully met. The procuring entity shall promptly notify the supplier in writing of any claims arising under the warranty. Upon receipt of such notice, the supplier shall, within the period specified in the SCC, repair or replace the defective goods or parts thereof at the soonest possible time without cost to the procuring entity. If the supplier after having been notified on the warrant claim, fails to remedy the defects within the period specified in the GCC Clause 17.5, the procuring entity may proceed to take such remedial action as may be necessary at the supplier's risk and expense and without prejudice to any rights which the procuring entity may have against the supplier under the contract and other applicable laws. For delays in the supplier's performance, delivery of the goods and performance of services shall be made by the supplier in accordance with the time schedule prescribed by the procuring entity in Section 6 Schedule of Requirements. If at any time during the performance of this contract, the supplier encounters conditions that may impede the timely delivery of the goods and or performance of services, the supplier shall promptly notify the procuring entity in writing of the fact of the delay, its likely duration, and its costs or causes, as soon as practicable after receipt of the supplier's notice and upon process provided for under GCC Clause 23. The procuring entity shall evaluate the situation and, if warranted, extend the supplier's time for performance, in which case the extension shall be ratified by the parties by amendment of contract. Except as provided under GCC Clause 23, any delay by the supplier in the performance of its obligations shall render it liable to the imposition of the GCC Clause 19, unless an extension of time is agreed upon pursuant to GCC Clause 28. For liquidated damages, when the supplier fails to satisfactorily deliver the goods under the contract within the specified delivery schedule, inclusive of duly granted time extensions, if any, the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor shall be liable for liquidated damages in the amount equal to 1/10 of 1% of the total cost of the delayed goods scheduled for delivery for every day of delay until such goods are finally delivered and accepted by the procuring entity. The procuring entity need not prove that it has incurred actual damages to be entitled to liquidated damages. Such amounts shall be deducted from any money due or which may become due the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor or collected from any securities or warranties posted by the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor, whichever is convenient to the procuring entity. In case the total sum of liquidated damages reaches 10% of the total contract price, the procuring entity may resign the contract and impose appropriate sanctions over and above the liquidated damages to be paid. If delays are likely to be incurred beyond its control, the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor shall promptly notify the procuring entity in writing, providing details of the cost and duration of the expected delay. The procuring entity may, at its discretion, grant a time extension based on meritorious grounds and/or without the imposition of liquidated damages. For settlement of disputes, any dispute arising from the implementation of contract covered by the Act and the IRR shall primarily be resolved and settled amicably by mutual consultation or agreement. In case of failure to settle dispute amicably, the parties may mutually agree in writing to resort to other modes of alternative disputes resolution ADR to promote efficiency in the procurement process. Accordingly, they are encouraged to select the most expeditious mode of ADR available. If arbitration is chosen as the ADR method, this shall be incorporated as a provision in the contract and referred to the arbitrator specified in SCC. In case of disagreement, or after exhausting the remedies provided, in the preceding section, the dispute may be submitted to arbitration or any form of ADR which includes mediation, conciliation, early neutral evaluation, mini-trial, or any combination thereof in accordance with the provisions of RA number 9285, otherwise known as the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act of 2004. Should the parties fail to resolve this dispute, their dispute or difference by such mutual consultation or agreement after 30 days, either the procuring entity or the supplier may signify its intention to commence arbitration by giving notice to the other party, as herein provided as to the matter in dispute, and no arbitration in respect of its matter may be commenced unless such notice is given. Any dispute or difference in respect of which notice of intention to commence arbitration has been given in accordance with this clause shall be settled by arbitration. Arbitration may be commenced prior to or after delivery of the goods under this contract. Notwithstanding any reference to arbitration herein, the party shall continue to perform the respective obligations under the contract unless otherwise agreed upon writing. For the liability of the supplier's liability under this contract shall be provided by the laws of the Republic of the Philippines, subject to additional provisions, if any, set forth in the SCC, except in cases of criminal negligence or willful misconduct, and in the case of infringement of patent rights, if applicable, the aggregate liability of the supplier to the procuring entity shall not exceed the total contract price, provided that this limitation shall not apply to the cost of repair or replacement of the defective goods. For termination for breach of contract, the procuring entity may terminate for breach of contract when the supplier fails to deliver or perform any of the goods within the period specified in the contract or within any extension thereof granted by the procuring entity, pursuant to a request made by the supplier prior to the delay, and such failure amounts to at least 10% of the contract price, consistent with the provision of this IRR or liquidated damages. The procuring entity may likewise impose appropriate sanctions therein. For termination due to force majeure, for purposes of this contract, the terms force majeure and forfeiture event may be used interchangeably. In this regard, a fortuitous event or force majeure shall be interpreted to mean as an event which the supplier could not have been foreseen or through foreseen was inevitable. It shall not include ordinary unfavorable weather conditions and other causes the effects of which could have been avoided with the exercise of reasonable diligence by the supplier. Such events may include, but not limited to, acts of the procuring entity in its sovereign capacity, wars or revolutions, fires, floods, epidemics, quarantine restrictions, and freight embargoes. The procuring entity may terminate this contract and impose liquidated damages when, as a result of force majeure, the supplier is unable to deliver or perform any or all of the goods amounting to at least 10% of the contract price for a period of not less than 60 calendar days or earlier as deemed necessary by the procuring entity after receipt of the written notice from the procuring entity stating that the circumstances of force majeure is deemed to have ceased. The supplier shall not be subject to forfeiture of its performance, security, payment of liquidated damages, or contract termination due to force majeure, provided that the supplier's delay in the performance or other failure of performance its obligations under the contract is a result of force majeure. If force majeure situation arises, the supplier shall promptly notify the procuring entity in writing of such conditions and the cause thereof, unless otherwise directed by the procuring entity. The supplier shall continue to perform its obligations under the contract as far as may be practicable, when not prevented by the force majeure, and shall seek all reasonable alternatives means in the performance of its obligations. Termination of convenience for convenience. The procuring entity, through a written notice sent to the supplier, may terminate this contract in whole or in part, or any time it has determined the existence of any of the following conditions that make contract implementation economically, financially, or technically impractical or unnecessary. When physical and economic conditions have significantly changed so as to render the project no longer economically, financially, or technically feasible as determined by the HOPE. When the HOPE has determined the existence of conditions that make project implementation impractical or unnecessary, such as but not limited to fortuitous events, changes in laws and government policies. When funding for the project has been withheld or reduced by higher authorities through no fault of the procuring entity or any circumstance analogous to the foregoing. The goods that have been performed or are ready to be delivered as performed within 30 calendar days after the supplier's receipt of notice to terminate shall be accepted by the procuring entity at the contract terms and prices thereof. For goods not delivered and performed and are ready to be delivered or performed, the procuring entity may elect to have any portion delivered and or performed and paid at the contract terms and prices thereof, or to cancel the remainder and pay to the supplier an agreed amount or for partially completed and or performed goods and for materials and parts previously procured by the supplier. For termination for unlawful acts, the procuring entity may terminate this contract in case it is determined prima facie from the supplier, including any joint venture partner therein has engaged before or during the implementation of this contract in unlawful deeds and behaviors relative to contract acquisition and implementation. Unlawful acts include but are not limited to the following: corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, and coercive practices as defined in ITD Clause 3.1, drawing up or using forged documents, using adulterated materials, means or methods, or engaging in production contrary to rules of science or the trade, and any other act analogous to the foregoing. Procedures for termination of contracts. The following provision shall govern the procedures for termination of its contract. First, verification. Upon receipt of a written report of acts or causes which may constitute grounds for termination as aforementioned, or upon its own initiative, the end user implementing unit shall within a period of 7. Second, notice to terminate. Upon recommendation by the end user or implementing unit, the HOPE shall terminate contracts only by written notice to the supplier conveying the termination of the contract. The notice shall state that the contract is being terminated for any of the grounds aforementioned and a statement of the acts that constitute the grounds constituting the same. The extent of termination, whether in whole or in part, an instruction to the supplier to show cause as to why the contract should not be terminated, and special instructions to the procuring or special instructions of the procuring entity, if any. The notice to terminate shall be accompanied by a copy of the verified report. Third, show cause. Within a period of 7 calendar days from receipt of the notice of termination, the supplier shall submit to the HOPE a verified position paper stating why the contract should not be terminated. If the supplier fails to show cause after the lapse of 7-day period, either an inaction or by default, the HOPE shall issue an order terminating the contract. Rescission of notice of termination. The procuring entity may at any time before receipt of the supplier's verified possession paper withdraw the notice to terminate if it is determined that certain items or work subject of the notice had been completed, delivered, or performed before the supplier's receipt of the notice. The session, within a non-extendable period of 10 calendar days from the receipt of the verified possession paper, the Hope shall decide whether or not to terminate the contract. It shall serve as a written notice to the supplier of its decision, and unless otherwise provided, the contract is deemed terminated from receipt of the supplier of the notice of the decision. The termination shall only be based on the grounds stated in the notice to terminate. Contract Termination Review Committee. The Hope may create a committee to assist the discharge in the discharge of its functions under the IRR. The decisions recommended by the CTRC shall be submitted to the approval of the Hope. Takeover contracts. If procuring entity terminates the contract due to default, insolvency, or for a cause, it may enter into a negotiated procurement or takeover of contracts pursuant to Section 35C of RA number 12009. Procuring entities options to termination for convenience in contracts for goods. The goods that have been performed or are ready for delivery within 30 calendar days after the supplier's receipt of notice to terminate shall be accepted by the procuring entity at the contract terms and prices. For goods not yet performed or ready for delivery, the procuring entity may elect to have any portion delivered or performed and paid at the contract terms and prices, or to cancel the remainder and pay the supplier an agreed amount for the partial completed or performed goods and for materials and parts previously procured by the supplier. Or assignments of rights. The supplier shall not assign its right or obligations under this contract in whole or in part except upon prior written consent to the procuring entity. Amendment to order. No variation in or modification of the terms of this contract shall be made except by written amendment signed by the parties in accordance with the provisions on amendment to order subject to applicable laws, rules, and regulations. Application. This general condition shall apply to the extent that they are not suspended by the provisions from the other parts of this contract.
Thank you po, Ma'am Jelly. For Section 5, Special Conditions of Contract, ang mag-discuss naman po ay si Ma'am Trisha Barroso. Ma'am Trish, over po. So for the interest of time po, GCC Clause 1A, the procuring entity is DOH Bicol CHD. GCC Clause 1B, the supplier. GCC Clause 1C, the funding source is the GOP through the source of funding as indicated below for 2026 in the amount of 1,716,398 pesos and 50 centavos. The source of funding is NGA, the General Appropriations Act. GCC Clause 1B, the project site are defined in Section 6 Schedule of Requirements. GCC Clause 5.1, the procuring entity's address for notices is DOH Bicol CHD, Legazpi City. GCC Clause 6.2, delivery and documents. For purposes of this contract, EXW, FOB, FCA, CIF, CIP, DDP, and other trade terms used to describe the obligations of the parties shall have the meaning assigned to them by the current edition of Incoterms published by the International Chamber of Commerce, Paris. The delivery terms of this contract shall be as follows. For goods supplied from abroad state, the delivery terms applicable to the contract are DDP delivered in accordance with Incoterms. For goods supplied from within the Philippine states, the delivery terms applicable to this contract are delivered. Risk and title will pass from the supplier to the procuring entity upon receipt and final acceptance of the goods at their final destination. Delivery of the goods shall be made by the supplier in accordance with the terms specified in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. The details of shipping and or other documents to be furnished by the supplier are as follows. Delivery of the goods shall be made by the supplier in accordance with the terms specified in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. The winning bidder shall comply with the request for schedule of delivery form prior to delivery. So meron po tayong link dito ng request for schedule of delivery form. For goods supplied from within the Philippines, upon delivery of the goods to the project site, the supplier shall notify the procuring entity and present the following original documents to the procuring entity. Supplier's invoice showing the goods, description, quantity, unit cost, and total amount, delivery receipt or note, railway receipt or truck receipt, supplier's factory inspection report, manufacturer's and/or supplier's warranty certificate, certificate of origin for imported goods, delivery receipt detailing number and description of items received signed by the authorized receiving personnel, certificate of acceptance or inspection report signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site, and 4 copies of the invoice receipt for property signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site. For goods supplied from abroad, upon shipment, the supplier shall immediately communicate and notify the procuring entity and the insurance company the full details of the shipment, including contract number, description of the goods, quantity, vessel, billing of lading number and date, port of loading, date of shipment, port of discharge, etc. Upon delivery to the project site, the supplier shall notify the procuring entity and present the following original documents as applicable with the documentary requirements of any letter of credit issued taking precedence. Supplier's invoice showing the goods, description, quantity, unit price, and total amount, negotiable, clean, shipped on board, bill of lading marked freight prepaid, as well as a copy of the non-owner's warranty certificate, certificate of origin for imported goods, delivery receipt detailing number, and description of items received signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site, certificate of acceptance or inspection report signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site, and invoice receipt for property signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site. For purposes of this clause, the procuring entity's representative at the project site is Family Health Cluster and NCDPCC. Incidental services, the supplier is required to provide all of the following services, including additional services, if any, specified in Section 6 Schedule of Requirements. Performance or supervision of on-site assembly and or start-up of the supplied goods, furnishing of tools, supervision or maintenance and or repair of the supplied goods for a period of time agreed by the parties, provided that this service shall not relieve the supplier of any warranty obligations under this contract, and training of the procuring entity's personnel at the supplier's plant and or on-site in assembly, start-up, operation, maintenance, and or repair of the supplied goods. The contract price for the goods shall include the prices charged by the supplier for incidental services and shall not exceed the prevailing rates charged to other parties by the supplier for similar services. For spare parts, the supplier is required to provide all of the following materials, notifications, and information pertaining to spare parts manufactured or distributed by the supplier. Such spare parts as the procuring entity may elect to purchase from the supplier, provided that this election shall not relieve the supplier of any warranty obligations under this contract, and in the event of termination of production of the spare parts, advance notification to the procuring entity of the pending termination in sufficient time to permit the procuring entity to procure needed requirements, and following such termination, furnishing at no cost to the procuring entity the blueprints, drawings, and specifications of the spare parts if requested. The spare parts required are listed in Section 6 Schedule of Requirements, and the cost thereof are included in the contract price. Other spare parts and components not applicable. Packaging, the supplier shall meet packaging standards for goods in accordance with existing laws and regulations and as indicated in this contract to prevent damage or deterioration during transit to their final destination. The packaging shall be durable enough to withstand rough handling, exposure to extreme temperatures, salt, precipitation, open storage, and other extreme conditions during transit. Packaging cases, sizes, and weights shall consider the remoteness of the goods' final destination and the potential absence of heavy handling facilities at all transit points. The packaging, labeling, and documentation within and outside the packages shall comply strictly with special requirements as shall be expressly provided in this contract, including additional requirements specified below and in any subsequent instructions ordered by the procuring entity. The outer packaging must be clearly marked on at least 4 sides as follows: name of the procuring entity, name of the supplier, contract description, final destination, gross weight, any special lifting instruction, any special handling instructions, any relevant hazardous chemical classifications. A packaging list identifying the content and quantities of the package is to be placed on an accessible point of the outer packaging if practical. Otherwise, the packaging list is to be placed outside the secondary packaging. Insurance: the supplier shall fully insure the goods supplied under the contract in a currency, local or tradable and accepted by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas against loss or damage incidental to manufacture, acquisition, transportation, storage, and delivery. The risk and ownership of the goods remain the supplier until their final acceptance by the procuring entity, unless otherwise specified in this contract. Transportation: the supplier shall arrange and pay for the delivery of the goods with the cost included in the contract price. When required under this contract to deliver the goods, CIF, CIP, or DDP, the supplier shall ensure the transport of the goods to the port of destination or any other specified place of destination in the Philippines as indicated in this contract. The supplier shall arrange for transport, insurance, and storage to the specified destination with the related cost included in the contract price. When required under this contract to transport the goods to the specified place of destination within the Philippines, defined as the project site. The goods must be transported using carriers registered in the Philippines when the supplier is required under this contract to deliver the goods CIF, CIP, DDP. If no Philippine registered carrier is available, the goods may be shipped using a non-Philippine carrier provided the supplier obtains and presents certification from the nearest Philippine consulate at the port of dispatch. If Philippine registered carriers are available but their schedules would impede timely delivery or cause delays in the supplier's performance of this contract, the period of delay from when supplier's performance of this contract the period of delay when the goods were first ready for shipment to the actual date of shipment will be considered force majeure in accordance with GCC Clause 23. The procuring entity accepts no liability for the damage of goods during transit other than those prescribed by Incoterms for DDP deliveries. In the case of goods supplied from within the Philippines or supplied by domestic suppliers, risk and ownership will not be deemed transferred to the procuring entity until their receipt and final acceptance at the final destination. Patent rights: the supplier shall indemnify the procuring entity against all third-party claims of infringement of patent, trademark, or industrial design rights arising from use of the goods or any part thereof. GCC Clause 10.3, the procuring entity is allowed to determine the terms of payment on the partial or staggered delivery of the goods procured, provided such partial payment shall correspond to the value of the goods delivered and accepted in accordance with prevailing accounting and auditing rules and regulations. GCC Clause 11.5, payment using letter of credit is not allowed. GCC Clause 16.1, the inspections and tests that will be conducted are referred to Section 6 Schedule of Requirements and Technical Specifications. GCC Clause 17, if the goods pertain to expendable supplies, 3 months after acceptable by the procuring entity of the delivered goods or after the goods are consumed, whichever is earlier. If the goods pertain to non-expendable supplies, 1 year after acceptance by the procuring entity of the delivered goods. The period for correction of defects in the warranty period is referred to Section 7 Technical Specifications. For GCC Clause 17.4, if warranty security is in the form of retention money, the supplier shall formally request its refund. ITB Clause, okay. So wala na po, no further instructions. So let us proceed po sa Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. For Section 6, Section 7, and Section 8, we read po by our back Vice Chairperson, Doc Mon. Doc Mon, over po.
For the schedule of requirements, we have item 1, cetirizine 10 ml drops. Item 2, cetirizine 30 ml syrup, paracetamol 60 ml syrup, and paracetamol 15 ml drops. Delivery schedule is 60 calendar days upon receipt of the notice to proceed. We have items 5, amlodipine 5 mg, item 6, atorvastatin 10 mg, item 7, losartan 50, item 8, ascorbic acid 500 mg, item 9, vitamin B1, B6, B12, item 10, coamoxiclav 500, item 11, doxycycline 100 mg, and metformin 500 mg, 30 calendar days upon receipt of the notice to proceed. We have item 13, insulin glargine, 45 calendar days upon receipt of the notice to proceed. The document must be submitted and signed by the name of the company or bidder, signature over printed name of authorized representative, and then the date. For the text specs po, papadaanan na lang po natin to browse. Kindly view po yung ating text specs while slowly po ina-navigate ng ating secretariat. First item po is cetirizine as hydrochloride 10 ml drops, quantity 7,305 bottles. We have item 2, cetirizine as hydrochloride 30 ml syrup, 7,304 bottles. We have item 3, paracetamol 60 ml syrup, alcohol-free, 7,305 bottles. Item number 4, paracetamol 15 ml drops, alcohol-free, 10,304 bottles. We have item 5, amlodipine 5 mg, 5,000 tablets. Item 6, atorvastatin 10 mg tablet, 5,000 tablets. We have item 7, losartan 50 mg, 5,000 tablets. Item 8, ascorbic acid, vitamin C, 500 milligrams. Item 9, vitamin B1, B6, and B12, 5,000 tablets. Item 10, Coamoxiclav 500 mg, 4,500 tablets. Item 11, Doxycycline 100 mg, 5,000 capsules. Item 12, Metformin 500 mg, 5,000 film-coated tablet. Item 13, Insulin Glargine, 1,361 pen. For the provisions applicable to all items, maximum of 2 lot numbers, the submission of batch notification from PFDA upon request for schedule of delivery for antibiotics only, recall and disposal. The supplier must ensure the quality of products, and if there will be problems in the quality, the supplier will recall and replace the products. In case of change in the drug registration number stated in the purchase order, supplier shall request for such change subject to submission of pertinent FDA documents for evaluation by the TWG. Delivery shall be accepted only upon approval of said request. The supplier shall be charged of the FDA laboratory or FDA accredited laboratory analysis fee for the following delivered. For the following delivered drugs and medicines, antibiotics are from new suppliers in the market with no history of supplying its host country or reference countries with stringent regulatory authorities in accordance with FDA's latest policy, have been documented to have reports of product failures and violations by the FDA. Drugs with narrow therapeutic index refer to the latest Philippine National Drug Formulary, and payment shall be made upon delivery directly by the winning supplier to the DOH Bicol CHD Cashier's Office. For the acceptable remaining shelf life, if the claimed shelf life is 60 months, the remaining shelf life must be 42 to 60 months. For 48 months, shelf life is 34 to 48 months. For 36 months, 30 to 36 months. For 24 months, 18 to 24 months. For 18 months is 12 to 18 months. For 12 months or below, special arrangements and conditions shall apply. The document must be signed and accomplished with the name, the legal capacity, signature, duly authorized to sign the bid for and behalf of, and the date. For the Philippine bidding document related forms, we have the bid form. This document must be submitted with the name and signature of the authorized representative. The price schedule for goods offered within the Philippines. The said document must also be submitted with the name and signature of the authorized representative. For price schedules for goods offered from abroad, the document is to be submitted with the name and signature of the authorized representative. Statement of largest completed contract similar to the contract to be bid, to be submitted with the name and signature and the designation of the authorized representative. We also have the statement of all ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started. Same, we have to include the name and designation of the authorized representative with the date. We also have the contract form, the omnibus sworn statement, which should be submitted notarized. We have the bid securing declaration form, bid securing declaration. The document must also be submitted with notarization. That's it po for the presentation of our bid form for the first project.
SMS.
Supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under IB number 26-18. Thank you, and over po to our secretariat.
Thank you po, Ma'am Jelly. So we are open na po for your questions to our prospective bidder. Kindly raise your virtual hand na lang po para matawag or chat po sa ating chat box. Kung meron pong katanungan. Okay, chat. From Ma'am Ira Villo, Outright Wholesale Consumer Goods Trading. Good morning. Question lang po kung need po ng copies. Kung ang sinasabi niyo ma'am ay yung sa bidding documents po, ang nire-require lang po ay isang copy po ng original technical component and one original financial component po. From Rainfield, hello po. Ask lang po kung na-discuss na po ang IB number 26-19. Sorry po, late ako nakapasok. Thank you so much po. To the representative po of Rainfield, hindi pa naman po na di-discuss po yung 2619. Kami po ay magka-countdown na. Kung meron pong questions, kindly raise po your virtual hand or chat po sa ating chat box. 5, 4, okay. From Ma'am Annalyn Rodriguez, Ma'am, kapag po ba old bidders na, di na kung ano po, mag-refer po tayo dito sa checklist po ng bidding documents. Nasa section 8 po siya. And tingnan din po natin ang section 3, schedule of requirements, bid data sheet. Kasi meron pa po doon mga kailangang i-attach sa ating bidding documents po na hinahanap during bid opening. So, kailangan pa din po mag-submit ng PhilGems or eligibility requirements po. Okay po, ma'am. Salamat po. Thank you din po, Ma'am Annalyn. So, 5, 4, okay po. From IMS Global. Ma'am, with regards po sa price schedule, wala po ba tayong special instruction since di po tayo nag-discuss kanina ng financial component? Thank you po. Ano po, ma'am, yung special instructions po sa price schedule po na hinahanap niyo? Flash ko lang po ang ating price schedule. Apa. So, to the representative po of IMS, ito po yung price schedule for goods po natin offered from within the Philippines. So, kung ang offer nyo po ay from within the Philippines po na equipment or items po, ito po yung fill outan natin na form. So, mababasa naman po natin kung ano po yung mga kailangan po natin fill outan. Sa babang part po, ilalagay po dito yung summary of bid prices po ninyo. And meron po tayong ilalagay na name and signature po ng representative. Next po, kung ang sinasubmit po natin na or ang in-offer po natin is from abroad, ito po yung price schedule naman po na gagamitin natin. So ito naman po yung mga kailangan po natin fill outan. Summary of bid prices. And sa last part po is the name and signature po of the representative. So bali po dalawa ang price schedule po natin, offered from abroad and offered from within the Philippines. From Ma'am Annalyn Rodriguez, Ma'am, pwede na po bumili bid docs? Yes po, Ma'am. Pwede na po bumili ng bidding documents po. From Vaccine Consumables, pwede na po mag-ask ng questions sa text specs ng IB 2620. Pa-reserve na lang po muna, Ma'am or Sir. Mamaya po, after ma-discuss ang 2620, saka po natin i-entertain yung questions po for IB 2620. From Sir Luther Ken, Ma'am, for the shelf life po, example, claim shelf life is 36 months. The minimum remaining shelf life should be at least 30 months. Baka pwede po minimum of at least 18 months remaining shelf life since the quantity po is di siya ganon karami. Thank you po. Ma'am Jelly, i-forward ko po sa iyo yung question ni Sir Luther.
Thank you po. And for the inquiry po, we have yung general provisions applicable to all. Yun po yung existing natin na law. But in case we have petitions po for such, we will have to refer it po sa end user and then include na lang po sa pag-issue ng bid bulletin. Thank you po.
And pa-chat na lang po, Sir Luther, kung ano pong item yung itinatanong niyo po dito sa regarding shelf life. Para po alam po namin sa end user. From IMS Global po, then sa technical specs po, confirm ko lang po if comply and not comply lang po and kung wala pong i-remove na items na hindi sasalihan. Thank you, ma'am. Yes po, ma'am or sir. Kung hindi po tayo interested or hindi po natin bibidan yung item, lagyan na lang po natin ng not comply. At yung mga items naman po sa technical specifications na sasalihan po natin or interested tayo, palagay po ay comply. From Sir Godfrey Tabe Franca, hi ma'am, ilang copy ng bid docs ang ipapasa? So ang ipapasa po natin na bidding documents ay isa lang po. Consists po of one original technical and eligibility documents and one envelope for one envelope for eligibility and technical component and one envelope for financial component. From Rainfield, ma'am, sa lahat po ba ng project, dalawang form ang gagamitin for price schedule? Hindi po, ma'am. Kung ang offer nyo lang po ay from within the Philippines, yun lang po yung i-attach po natin sa bidding documents. And kung ang offer nyo naman po ay from abroad, yung from abroad lang po, ang i-attach po natin na price schedule. From Rainfield, noted po. Thank you. Thank you din po. So, meron pa po bang questions sa ating prospective bidders? Kung wala na po, let us proceed na po sa ating next project.
Good noon po to our back chair po and the rest of the back. May we request a recess po since time check po is 12:13.
Hello, Ma'am Jolly. Hello.
Yes po.
Ganito. Given that it's already 12:14, we'll have a break for everyone to get their lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m. That's all right po.
Thank you po, our chair.
Thank you po, Doc Angela.
Thank you.
So, balik po tayo ng 1 p.m. Thank you po and happy lunchtime. Good afternoon po. May we know po sa ating participants kung sino na po ang nakabalik sa ating meeting link. Pa-thumbs up na lang po. Thank you po. So again po, good afternoon. Our next project po is supply and delivery of ethinyl estradiol plus levonorgestrel under IB number 26-09. May we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung mayroon pong interested sa project po na naka-flash po sa ating screen. So interested po ang Chris Pharma Trading. Thank you po. So may we know po ako nandito na po si Ma'am Jelly sa meeting link. Okay. So for this project po, ang magdi-discuss po ng bidding documents ay ang ating back member, Ma'am Trisha Barroso. Ma'am Trish, over po.
Okay. Miss Pao, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes po, Ma'am Trisha. Loud and clear po.
So, sige. So, good afternoon again to our interested bidders and end users and co-back members. So, ito na yun, Miss Pao. This is the next project. Okay.
Yes,
So, this is now so supply and delivery of ethinyl, letradiol, or levonorgestrel rebid. This is a rebid. This is under IB number 26-09. Okay, so DOH, Bicol Center for Health Development, through its GAA, intends to apply the sum of 4,793,592 and 74 centavos, being the approved budget for the contract or for its ABC for payment under the contract for supply and delivery of ethylene lestradiol plus levonorgestrel. So basically, this is a rebid. So, okay, so Bicol, DOH Bicol CHD now invites bid for supply and delivery of said item, and this is under number IB number 26.09. So, as what we did this morning, not reading all throughout the documents, but rather we'll just be focusing on the salient points. So bidding will be conducted through a competitive bidding procedure using a non-discretionary pass or fail criterion. This is as specified in IRR of RA 12009. So bidding is restricted. Alam niyo na po yan to Filipino citizens. Okay, so interested bidders may obtain further information from DOH Bicol CHD and inspect the bidding documents at the address given below from Mondays to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Item 5, a complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders on February 26, 2026 to March 17 from the address given and website below. Upon payment of the applicable fee for the bidding document, pursue the latest guidelines issued by the GPP amounting to 5,000 pesos only. It may be downloaded. Ms. Pao, can you please go back?
Ma'am Trish,
Yeah.
okay lang po ba kung proceed na tayo sa bid data sheet? Ito po ay claim lang po, doon sa mga sa nauna po natin na project kaninang umaga.
Okay. Maybe know, Pao, if the same bidders who have attended this morning are the same bidders or who will be also attending this afternoon? Ganun pa
Ay.
din po ba?
Apo.
Okay. If yes, sige.
Thank you, Ma'am Trish.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pao. Okay. So for our bid data sheet, the procuring entity is DOH Bicol CHD, and the project title is Supply and Delivery of ethanylistradiol plus levonorgestrel. Okay. So this is under IB number 2609. So one item only for this project. The funding source is the GOP to the funding source of as indicated below for 2026 amounting to what I've mentioned earlier, 4,793,592.74. Okay. Okay. Contract similar to the project shall be contract referring to supply and delivery of drugs and medicine. Okay. Next. Okay, so this is now section 6, schedule of requirement. Nakalagay naman po dyan. And with its corresponding quantity na kakailanganin po. And as to the delivery schedule, it was also indicated there. Sige, next, Ms. Pao. As for technical specification, okay. Nakalagay naman po dyan yung specification. Ms. Pao, should I read this one or shall we just scroll it down? And should they have any question, they should just raise it later on. Okay. Pula ako. Ms. Pao, may I know, do we have bidder for this item?
Apo. Meron pong interested bidder, Ma'am Trish.
Okay, sige. So I guess that completes the technical specification. Later on, we will entertain questions should there be questions po. Okay. So, to our bidders, please don't forget to sign and provide the required information pag magsasubmit na po kayo ng yung bid docs. Okay. So, Section 8, this is now the Philippine bidding documents related forms. Sige, Ms. Pao, kindly scroll it down. Okay. To help our bidders para po masituate niyo po na kompleto yung sinasubmit nyo, we have provided checklist of your technical and financial documents. All you have to do just review this one. Okay, Ms. Pao. Now, this is your bid form for procurement goods. Bid forms niyo po ito. Okay. Na-discuss na naman ito po sa inyo kanina. Tama po? Okay, so pasadahan lang po natin how your forms will look like. So this is now the price schedule for goods. Sige, Ms. Pao. Ito naman yung form na gagamitin nyo if your bids are from abroad. Now, for your SLCC, this is how it will look like. Okay, so yan po. And with your SLCC, may requirement po kami that you have to attach yung mga hinihingi po namin na documents, and that will be your end user's acceptance or official receipt or sales invoice. Okay, and your similar contracts referring to contract you will be bidding. Next, Ms. Pao. Ito naman po yung statement of ongoing government and private contracts. Okay. Ito naman po yung contract form. Okay, sige, Ms. Pao, paki-scroll down mo na po. Ito yung omnibus sworn statement. Now, it should include the 11 recitals. Ano po? And this is now the bid securing declaration form. Okay. This should be notarized po. Ano? O sige, Ms. Pao. So, yun po. That completes our technical documents po for the mentioned item. May we know if may question po? Question? Triple A, Pharma is raising her hand. Yes po. Kindly proceed with your question po, sir.
Hello po. Good
Yes
afternoon.
po. Good afternoon. Yes po.
Ma'am, just an insight regarding with the IB number 2609.
Yes, what about this po, sir?
Just an insight, ma'am. Kasi para, di ba ma'am, yung budget is so very tight. Despite the situation right now in the Middle East.
Opo.
And parang, kasi in the future siguro ma'am, parang magkaroon ng a little adjustment sa ABC. Oo, kasi siyempre ma'am, ang ABC nito per cycle is 20.78 right now. That is, parang naging basis natin yan, yung mga previous bid. So ngayon ma'am, for sure, there's a lot of changes dahil sa nagyayari ma'am sa
Middle East.
Oo. So, yun po. Kumbaga, I just want to share the insight from a supplier na kung sana magkaroon ng konting room for adjustment.
Apo. Sir, answer to that po, sir. When this was prepared, then this was done by our end user. We were not expecting naman po, sir, that we will be having this issue po. Relative na din po doon sa nangyayari po sa Middle East. So, I understand po that this was prepared ahead of time pa din po. Nevertheless, po, we will be taking notes or we will be considering din po yung recommendation mo. However po, sir, for this bidding, ito po muna yung price na mailalagay po natin. Kasi this was the approved budget for this po.
Yes po, ma'am. Yes po. For the future, ma'am.
Yes po. Thank you very much po, sir, for your insight. We'll take note of that po. Thank you very much po, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Apo. Back, Sec, please take note of the recommendation. Any other question from our bidders or end users? Miss Pao, maybe no, pag may ayan, si Miss Carissa Quijano ba po ito? Ma'am, kindly open your microphone.
Hello po, ma'am. Good afternoon po.
Yes, good afternoon, Miss Carissa Quijano. Yes po,
Pwede
ma'am,
po yung
please
sa
proceed with
technical
your question.
specification niya with 60 mg ferrous fumarate.
Okay, Miss Pao, for a while, ma'am, we'll proceed with the technical spec. Okay. Saan po yan, ma'am? Sa preparation po ba yan, ma'am?
Yung sa technical, pwede po paano with ferrous po, yung 60 mg.
Ayan. Dito, nakalagay kasi, ma'am, is 30 microgram. Ito po ba, ma'am? Are you referring to this? Are we on the same page, ma'am? Sa preparation?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So instead of 30, you are proposing with 60 microgram ferrous. Oh, ano po yan?
With ferrous fumarate.
Ah, okay. So idadagdag
Yes
yung with 60 milligrams ferrous fumarate. Ma'am, although nilagay po namin ito, this is again subject for the approval of the end user, and we will just issue a bid bulletin relative to this. So abangan nyo na lang po sa bid bulletin. Okay po, Ma'am Carissa?
Okay po, thank you po.
Okay, welcome po. Any other question po? Questions?
Ma'am Trish, meron pong question si Sir Mando Bugtong sa chat box. Good afternoon
Akala
po.
ko ikaw ang may... sige. Yes, Miss Pao, please read.
Pwede po mag-request sa batch number kung i-allow po sana na hang batches, dear back member. Thank you. Request na rin po na stick po lang sana sa text. Thank you.
Okay. So, sir, nasagot na po ba ni Miss Pao? Pao, yun na po yung sagot mo doon sa tanong ni Sir Mando?
Sorry, Ma'am Trish. Binasa ko lang po. So, chat ni Sir Mando.
Okay. So, sir, we cannot decide yet on that. However, sir po, we will include that on the bid bulletin. Kasi we have to refer this pa din po sa end users namin. So, pakiabangan nyo na lang po. Kasi nakalagay dito is maximum of 2. Tama ba, Miss Pao? Are we referring to? Okay. So, you are suggesting na 4 batches. Instead of ilang batches to, Pao? Sige. Sir, I'm not so sure of this po, sir. Kasi ang hinihingi po nila is I think 2 batches lang po. But just the same po, pakiabangan nyo na lang po sa bid bulletin. Sir Manda? Okay. So, nag-reply na si Sir Manda. Sige. Any other question, Ms. Pao, from the chat box? In 3, 2, 1. So, since wala na pong tanong, we might as well proceed, Ms. Pao, to the next project. Thank you to our interested bidders. Ms. Pao, over to you.
Thank you po, Ma'am Trisha. So our next project po is supply and delivery of lipid nutrient supplement paste, small quantity, LNS-SQ under IB number 26-17. May we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen. Pa-thumbs up na lang po. Magka-countdown na po kami. Kung kayo po ay interested, pa-thumbs up na lang po. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let us proceed po sa ating next project. So for our next project po, we have supply and delivery of rabies vaccine under IB number 26-20. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidder kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen. So meron pong interested. So for this project po, ang mag-discuss po ay si Ma'am Jelly. Ma'am Jelly, over po.
For the supply and delivery of rabies vaccine under IB number 26-20, this is to apply the sum of 1,149,408 pesos only, being the approved budget for the contract ABC to payments under the contract for supply and delivery of rabies vaccine under IB number 26-20. A complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders on February 26, 2026 on March 17, 2026 from the given address and website below in the amount of 5,000 pesos. For the bid data sheet, the project is with title Supply and Delivery of Rabies Vaccine under IB number 26-20. Number of lots, 1 item only. For contracts similar to the project, these shall be contracts referring to supply and delivery of drugs and medicines. For the schedule of requirements, we have the delivery schedule of 90 calendar days upon receipt of the notice to proceed. For the technical specifications, this is rabies vaccine chick embryo cell purified inactivated, 936 vials. For the packaging instructions, 50 pieces per box, loose of 36 boxes of vial and diluent. Additional technical documents requested is WHO pre-qualification certificate. For the provision applicable to all items, similar po dun sa presented na natin na projects kanina. For the claim shelf life, same din po sa provisions.
Same lang po sa mga lahat.
The rest of the documents, same din po dun sa na-discuss na natin earlier. So that's it po for the bid docs of the for the project po ng rabies vaccine. Over po to our secretariat.
Thank you po, Ma'am Jelly. So open na po tayo sa questions po dito sa project ng rabies vaccine. Kung meron po questions ang ating prospective bidder, raise na lang po ng virtual hand. May nag-raise. Ano na po? May nag-raise ng hand, check.
So, yung one tap.
One tap po. Go ahead po, ma'am.
Hello po, good afternoon po from One Top Medical Systems Resources, Jonathan Saoy po. May question lang po ako with regards po dun sa technical specifications natin. One in particular po is the packaging instructions where they require po a packaging of in quantities na 50 pieces per box. So it's actually, iba po kasi yung quantity namin per box. So probably baka po pwedeng gawing sa manufacturer standard na lang po yung packaging instructions kasi it's actually implying for specific brand na 50 pieces per box.
Noted po, sir. Meron pa po ba kayong questions po?
Opo. Then second question po is the additional technical documents. Though ang requirement po nila is WHO pre-qualification certificate, tama po. Bali, meron naman po kaming certificate, ma'am. Kaya lang that certificate po is under po siya ng predecessors o old name po ng brand namin. So, will that suffice po ba, the requirement as a WHO pre-qualification certificate? Though we have naman po FDA change of brand name, so it's accepted and verified naman po ni FDA na we do change brand name naman po for our item offered po.
Certificate from the sir, ang question lang po. Certificate po from the manufacturer po. Yung i-attach nyo. Ano tawag doon?
Hindi po. FDA certificate po yun na we change brand name po. So it is filed and accepted po ni FDA na we did change our brand name po. So as to WHO pre-qualification certificate, though the WHO pre-qualification naman po ay walang expiration, wala po siyang renewal. So it is it suffice po ba na ang WHO certificate po namin ay from our previous brand name po? Will they accept po that?
Go ahead po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay, Miss Pau, may we know if we have the end user, Ma'am Ruby? Nag-attend po ba? Kasi kung wala si Ma'am Ruby, kasi yung specifications niyan is from the program coordinator, from the program manager. So most probably, Pau, we cannot give an answer to that right now, but rather we can take note of that and maybe we can refer that to Ma'am Ruby. If she is not around, then we have to take note of that. Then ipaalam kay Ruby.
Okay po, Ma'am Trish. Wala po si end user, ma'am. Pero
Opo.
noted naman na po yung concern po ni sir.
Opo.
Ma'am Pao, Ma'am Pao.
Go ahead po, Doc KB.
May question lang ako sa prospective bidder. Dito ho sa FDA certification ninyo na change of brand name, meron ho bang reference doon sa old brand name ninyo doon sa certification? I mean,
Yes po, yes sir, from previous brand name to new brand name po. Nakalagay po dun sa FDA certificate po mismo.
Pa-note na lang tabi, Ma'am Pao, dyan. Then we ask the end user and the FDA kung pwede yan. And we answer na lang the prospective bidders sa natin kung may kung pwede yan sa bid bulletin na lang. Thank you.
Permission to speak pa po from our side.
Noted po yun, Doc KB. Go ahead po.
Bali, ang worry ko po kasi, just in case po na hindi po kasi tanggapin ni end user yung FDA certificate pa namin for our change of brand name. So technically, we don't, kumbaga mawawalan po kami ng WHO pre-qualification certificate. So if that said so po, if hindi nga po niya tatanggapin, technically, the WHO pre-qualification certificate will fall under one specific brand na lang po, in which it will fall under tailor fitting na siya. So as much as possible, I want to request sana for competitive bidding po sana for other suppliers po para maka-join din po sana. Yun lang man po on our side. Maraming salamat po.
The comments po have been noted. We will have to consult po and inform the end user regarding the concerns, and then need din po mag-usap ng back regarding this. Kindly wait for the bid bulletin na lang po regarding this concern. Thank you po.
Thank you,
Thank you.
ma'am. Pero yung sa packaging, ma'am, please po, paano? Kasi hindi po kami kakapag-comply dun sa 50 pieces per box kasi 132 pieces po yung per box namin. So, hindi kami mag-comply po sa packaging quantities po. Kumbaga, yun nga po, gawin na lang po siyang manufacturer standard po kung ano pong naging packaging po ng manufacturer, at least to open up din po yung packaging instructions po. Thank you po. Yun lang po. Salamat po.
Yes po, Sir Jonathan. Already noted naman na po yung sa packaging instructions. Go ahead po, Ma'am Trish. Nakita ko pong nag-raise ng hand si Ma'am Trish.
Yes, Miss Pao. It seems si Sir Jonathan is may ano po siya, may mga nire-raise sa concern. I just do hope that the BACSEC are taking notes of this because again, this will be referred to the end user, and as an advice po sa amin pong interested bidders, we're very thankful that interested po kayo. Please make follow-ups na lang po dun sa i-issue bid bulletin because all of your recommendations now po will be taken into consideration. So makikita po yan kung na-consider po doon sa pag-issue na po yung bid bulletin. So again, Sir Jonathan, we'll appreciate it po, sir, if every now and then you check your bid bulletin. Okay po, Sir Jonathan.
Appreciated, ma'am. Thank you po for the response po.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Miss Pao, please proceed.
Thank you, Ma'am Trisha and Sir. So let us proceed po sa ating next project, supply and delivery of various laboratory equipment under ID number 26-19. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen. Pa-thumbs up na lang po. Thank you po. So before we proceed po, basahin ko lang po ang chat ni Doc Lulu. Annotation na lang po sa CPR na nag-change po ng brand. Ito po ay regarding doon sa rabies vaccine. So for our next project po, ang magdi-discuss po ay ating back member, Dr. Chris Brian Barria. Doc KB, over po.
Thank you, Ma'am Pao. Good afternoon, everyone. So we'll now have the invitation to bid for the supply and delivery of various laboratory equipment under IB number 26-19. So in the interest of time, we'll only discuss provisions which are salient to this project. We'll do away with the discussion of those provisions which were already discussed earlier this morning. So may we ask the back secretariat to guide us on on the specific provisions which are only important to this project. So with this, the Department of Health Bicol Center for Health Development through the General Appropriations Act intends to apply the sum of 8 million pesos, 8,800,000 pesos, being the approved budget for contract for the supply and delivery of various laboratory equipment under IB number 26-19. So bids received in excess of the ABC automatically rejected at bid opening. Again, a complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by the interested bidders on February 26 to March 17, 2026. Sige, Ma'am Pao. For the bid data sheet, okay, so the project title is Supply and Delivery of Various Laboratory Equipment, IB number 26-19. There are two line items under this project. It is sourced from the General Appropriations Act, and yeah, 8.8 million. Sige, ma'am. So, for the similar projects, contracts referring to supply and delivery of various laboratory equipment. Okay. Okay, so aside from conformity with the technical specifications, the following documents must be included in the technical envelope. Please take note of this. This should be included in the technical envelope. The FDA license to operate, the FDA certificate of product registration, the or proof of application or renewal filed within 120 calendar days from the original expiry date. The certification, agreement, contract between the bidder and the manufacturer, distributor, importer, wholesaler as specified in the CPR. That the bidder is an authorized dealer or distributor of the item to be bid, the product insert or product information, an affidavit of undertaking signed by the bidder shall be required if the technical specifications are not found in your submitted brochure or product literature. For failure to submit the above mentioned document is a ground for disqualification of the bidder. Yes, ma'am. Sige po. Okay, for the schedule of requirements, again, there are two items under this project. The first item should be delivered within 30 calendar days upon receipt of the notice to proceed. The second item, the schedule of delivery, also within 30 calendar days upon receipt of the approved notice to proceed. Okay? Don't forget to sign that document. So this is now the technical specification of item number 1. So please note of your questions, suggestions, recommendations pertaining to the technical specifications written in this document, so that during our open forum after this project, we will be able to answer your questions. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We'll answer your questions after the discussion of the entire project. So for now, please take note of all your questions, and we will ask you later for your suggestions, questions, recommendations, and all your concerns regarding the technical specifications. Okay, so may we ask the back secretariat to slowly run us through the technical specifications for this project. Yes, ma'am, noted. We'll call you later, ma'am. Thank you.
So yan po, that completes the 41 items for this project. Now, once niyo po nagawa niyan, again, you have to put your name, your legal capacity, and you have to sign the form. Okay? Sige, next Miss Pau. Miss Pau, ang sunod niyan yung mga, yes,
Yes po, opo. Tama, ma'am.
mga iba-ibang forms na. Ano po, Miss Pau?
Opo.
Okay. So, can we now entertain questions?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay, sige po. Please just raise your hand po, or kung hindi wala po kayong hindi malinaw yung sound niyo, you can chat it on the chat box po. Sige po. Anybody po from our interested bidders? Miss Pao, can you please check sa chat box? Baka sa chat box sila nagpadala.
Sa chat box po natin, Ma'am Trish, wala pa pong nag-chat.
Okay, so it seems malinaw naman siguro yung ating technical specifications because none from our interested bidders have raised any question. Unless otherwise, nag-ano pa po sila, tinitignan pa nila kung alin dun sa mga items na yun ang may katanungan. Okay, si Ma'am Michelle, Ma'am Michelle Lindugan of PT Serna Corporation. Yes, ma'am.
Hello,
Please go
ma'am.
ahead.
Yes,
Yes,
good
ma'am.
afternoon, ma'am. Ang i-confirm ko lang, ma'am, kasi electronic submission po kami ng
Yes.
docs.
Apo.
I-confirm ko lang po kung kailangan pa po ba namin ipadala yung original hard copy?
Okay. Ma'am, may I refer you to the BACSEC? Ms. Pao, can you answer the question? Should they still have to submit the hard copy since magsasubmit sila
By
electronic
submission, Ms. Pao?
Apa. Ma'am Trish, kapag po na-awardan si Ma'am Michelle, saka po sila mag-submit ng hard copy po. Nakalagay naman po sa notice of award na kailangan nyo submit ng performance bond and hard copy po ng bidding documents.
Okay, copy, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
po.
Michelle.
Okay.
Okay. Any other question? Questions from our interested bidders?
Permission to speak po.
Yes, Mr. Jonathan Saoy, please proceed.
Jonathan Saoy po ulit from One Top Medical Systems Resources. With regards lang din po dun sa POSCO na submission po ng original copy po after award. Kasama din po ba yung attachment po na ongoing nito? Kung sakaling ma-award po yung project.
I think yes. Miss Pao, tama po, Miss Pao.
Anong ongoing po yung sinasabi
Kasi
niyo, sir?
di ba ma'am, during bid preparation, wala pong attachments yung ongoing natin. So, kapag po na-award po yung project, di ba ma'am, magsasubmit po ng original copy. So, kasama na rin po ba yung ongoing attachments po or hindi na din po?
Hindi na po, sir. Doon po sa statement of all ongoing government and private contracts, wala po tayong i-attach po doon pang support na documents. Only SLCC lang po ang may documents po na isasubmit. Kung ano po yung isinubmit nyo po ng electronic bidding documents, yun lang din po ang isasubmit nyo na hard copy sa amin kung kayo po ay ma-awardan.
Miss Pao, yung tanong, because yung sa ongoing, di ba, mag-a-attach sila ng parang declaration that they have an ongoing. Kung alin lang i-declare nilang ongoing. Tama, Miss Pao?
Ma'am Trish, yung sa ongoing po kasi, magli-list lang po sila doon sa ongoing na
Okay.
format ng mga ongoing.
But they need not attach a hard copy? Ganun ba yan, Miss Pao?
Wala po sila, Ma'am Trish, na i-attach na
Okay.
pang-support doon sa ongoing.
But for
So,
the SLCC, kailangan. Tama?
Yes.
Okay.
SLC meron po.
Okay.
So kung ano lang po yung mga ipinasa po ninyo during bidding, yun lang din po ang isasubmit yung hard copy sa amin during naka-receive po kayo ng notice of award.
Okay.
Acknowledge po. Thank you po.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Pao, and thank you, Sir Jonathan. Any other question po? May tanong pa po, Miss Pao. Baka may na-miss ako sa chat box. Can you please check?
Wala pa pong nag-chat, ma'am, sa chat box.
Okay. So it seems there are only 4 questions that has been raised and all of those naman po ay nasagot. So unless otherwise may pahabol pa po, kasi if none, we'll now proceed with our countdown. Kung wala na po, okay, so in 5, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Wala nang tanong. So thank you very much to our interested bidders. And we'll just wait for your documents. So at this point, I'll turn you over to Miss Pao. Over to you, Pao.
Thank you po, Ma'am Trisha. So let us proceed po sa ating next project. So for our next project po, supply and delivery of various blood bags under IB number 26-21. So for this project po, ang magdi-discuss ay si Engineer Beam Punsalan. Engineer Beam, over po.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Thank you, Ms. Pao. So our next project is the supply and delivery of various blood bags under IB number 26-21. So the
Tama.
Department of
May
Health,
kapilyedo ka dito. Punsalan.
yeah, sigurado gwapo
Sa
yan.
Bicol.
Our prospective bidders po, open po ang inyong microphone. Ma'am
Yung
Michelle,
sa
open po ang inyong microphone.
Okay, to Miss Michelle,
Na lang po.
sigurado ko gwapo yan, kakilala mo na yan. So, for the invitation to bid, the Department of Health Bicol Center for Health, through the General Appropriations Act, intends to apply the sum of 21,395,000, being the approved budget for the contract, to payments under the contract of supply and delivery of various blood bags under IBIN number 26-21. Bids received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. So, the title of our project is Supply and Delivery of Various Blood Bags. For our bid data sheet, under ITB clause number 1.2, the number of lot is 1 lot and 1 item only. So, the funding source is the GOP through the source of funding as indicated below for 2026 in the amount of 21,395,000. The source of funding is the General Appropriations Act. The contracts referring to this contract referring to supply and delivery of medical supplies. So we have here the schedule of requirements. For item number 1, blood bag triple with ABC of 15,500,000. Item number 2, blood bag single, 10,000 pieces for 3 million. And item number 3, transfer bag for Alicot, 500 pieces, 270,000. And item 4, blood bag CPDA-1 slash SAGM, top bottom quad for 3,500 pieces in the amount of 2,625,000. So that's all. We have only 4 items. So we have here now the technical specifications for item number 1, blood bag triple. For item number 2, blood bag single, quantity of 10,000 pieces. We have here the item number 3, the transfer bag for Alicot, 500 pieces. And the last item is item number 4, the blood bag CPDA-1 / SAGM top and bottom quad for 3,500 pieces. Okay, that's all for the technical specifications, and don't forget to reflect your name and your signature and the legal capacity you are representing. So go ahead, please, Ms. Pau.
Engineer Beam, yung mga nasa babang part po ng bidding documents ay same lang po doon sa mga nauna. Mga forms na lang po yun. Open na po.
So we will not dispense that, Ms. Pau, no?
Ano po, Engineer Beam?
We will not dispense reading on that because that was already taken a while ago.
Yes po.
So, any more, Ms. Pau, for the, other than that, forms? If no more things to be discussed now, now we will be opening the table to the prospective bidders for their suggestions, comments, recommendations on the project presented. The table is now open. So para wala akong nakikita, Ms. Pau. So back to you, Ms. Pau.
Thank you po, Engineer Beam. So to our prospective bidders, magka-countdown na po kami. Kung meron po kayong clarification po, comments or suggestion po dito sa present na bidding documents for blood bags, kindly raise na lang po your virtual hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So let us proceed po sa ating next project.
Miss Pau?
Ma'am Trish? Yes po.
Akala ko naputol. Okay, Miss Pau. Thank you.
So before we proceed po dito sa next project, nandito pa po ba si Sir Jonathan Saoy from One Tap?
Hi, hello po. Good afternoon po. Bali, as to question po, medyo technical na lang po. Masyado, actually, I'm confirming pa po with our technical team. So, is it possible po kaya na we'll submit na lang po a clarification letter for it, make it detailed na lang po.
Okay po, Sir Jonathan. I-clear
Thank
ko
you
lang
po.
dito, sir, yung sa SLCC and Statement of All Ongoing. Yung form po na Statement of All Ongoing, pag na-list nyo na po yung mga ongoing, isasubmit pa din natin yon during opening of bids. Apo.
Ano po
Yun-
ulit, ma'am? Hindi ko po nakuha.
Yung sa ongoing po na form,
Opo.
magli-list lang po tayo doon ng mga ongoing projects po natin. Isasama po yon sa pag-submit during bid opening. Yun po ay walang supporting documents po na needed.
Po, acknowledge po on that. Tapos ma'am, last na po, with regards po sa SLCC po ni blood bags, is it, ano po kaya, is it possible po, medyo malaki-laki po kasi yung SLCC for the blood bag, parang, is it possible po kaya na makonsider na payagan po na medical equipment po yung SLCC namin kasi as to blood bag mo medyo maliit lang po yung ano namin, yung SLCC namin.
Okay po. Noted po yan,
Kung
Sir John.
kaya po siya makonsider mo kasi 20M po ata yun. So, wala pa po kami ganun kalaking project for our blood bag per se. More, kumbaga, more into medical equipment po kasi kami.
Okay
Sayang
po.
naman po kasi siya. Ma'am. Thank you po.
Noted po yun, sir. Paabang na lang po ng bid bulletin kung meron pong bid bulletin. Thank you po. So proceed na po tayo dito sa next project natin, supply and delivery of various medical devices under IB number 26-24. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested sa project pong naka-flash sa ating screen. Pa-raise na lang po ng inyong virtual hand. Meron. So for this project po, ang magdi-discuss po ay si Ma'am Tricia Barroso. Ma'am Trish, over po.
Thank you, Ms. Pao. So, flash on your screen po is the supply and delivery of various medical devices under IB number 26-24. And again, the Department of Health, Legal Center for Health Development, through the GAA applies the sum of 17,248,530 being the approved budget for the contract to payment under the contract supply and delivery of various medical devices under IB number 26-24. Now, bids received in excess of the ABC, automatically po, it will be rejected. Okay? So, sige, Ms. Pao, please proceed doon na tayo sa B-data sheet. Okay. So, again, for ITB 1.1, procuring entity, it's DOH Vehicle CHD. Now, the project title is Supply and Delivery of Various Medical Devices. Now, this is under IB number 26-24. Now, we have 12 line items for this project. Okay? Sige, next, Ms. Pao. Let's proceed to 5.5. Okay. So, contracts referring to supply and delivery of medical devices. 8.1, subcontracting is not allowed. Sige, Ms. Pao. Dito po sa section 6, kailangan niyo po itong isubmit. Nandito po yung schedule of requirements. Again, please take note na nakalagay po dyan yung description. Note na nandyan po yung 12 items. Sige, Ms. Pao.
Miss Pao, ito bang 12 items, these are coming from the different end users, Miss Pao? Kasi may NCDPC, tama?
Opo, Ma'am Trish.
Okay, sige. Next, Miss Pao. So, ayan po, again, let me remind our bidders na proceed to section 7. This is now the technical specification of the 12 items. Okay, isa-isahin po namin again to our bidders. Should you have questions, please jot it down. We will please raise it later on during the open forum. Please proceed, Ms. Pao. So, nasa item 2 na tayo. For item 2, stethoscope. Item 3, Ms. Pao, can you please go back? Item 3. This is a 30-day temperature recorder for vaccine refrigerators. 333 pieces ang kailangan. Okay. So item 4, we have a digital automatic upper arm blood pressure monitor. Quantity, we will be needing 1,163 units. For item 5, we have instant blood glucose meter. The quantity is 1,109 units. Item 7, non-contact thermometer, we will be needing again 1,109 units. For item 8, we will be needing portal pocket microbial suspension densitometer. We only need 1 unit. For item 9, dark field microscope with digital camera and PC set for leptospira visualization, we need 1 set. For item 10, we will be needing a hearing aid for mild to moderate hearing loss, and this is for adult. We will be needing 50 pieces. For item, tapos na. Okay, this is now item 11. Again, hearing aid for severe to profound hearing loss. So this is for adult, we will be needing 50 pieces. For our 12 item, Ms. Paul, last itong item for this project, ano? Standard wheelchair, we will be needing 497 units. So that completes the 12 technical specification of our 12 items for this project. Again, you have to provide the information required of you and of course your signature. Next, Ms. Pao. So I guess succeeding pages for this are the forms that you will be using. So at this point, we will now entertain questions. So Ma'am Carissa Quijada is raising her hand. Yes, ma'am, please proceed with your question. Nag-text siya. Ay, later na ma'am, Miss Michelle Lindugan. May question si Ma'am Carissa. Please go ahead, Miss Carissa.
Hello po ma'am, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, yes po.
Ma'am, regarding po dun sa item 12, standard wheelchair.
For a while. Item 12, please po, sa pinakababa. Item 12, sa technical specification. Yes, ma'am. Alin po dyan sa, anong tanong niyo po sa item 12?
Nakalagay po kasi foldable lightweight aluminum frame. Pwede po bang steel? Yan po.
Okay, nakalagay dito is foldable lightweight aluminum frame. Ang nire-recommend niyo po is steel.
Yes po ma'am, yung chrome finish po.
Okay. Ma'am, we'll take note of that. We have to ask the end user because this is her specification. Nevertheless, we'll just put this as part of the bid bulletin. Okay, ma'am?
Okay po ma'am. Tapos po ma'am, dun po sa additional requirements, dun po sa logo ng wheelchair po. Dun sa DOH logo.
Pakibaba, Miss Pao. Sa logo, nakalagay yung DOH.
Ma'am Trish,
Yes po.
clear ko lang po ito. Foldable, chrome finish steel frame. Or foldable, lightweight po. Chrome finish steel frame. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Ma'am Carissa.
Yes po.
Ito pong nilagay dito ni Miss Pao, our backsec, regarding dun sa pinapropose niyo pong foldable lightweight chrome finish steel frame. Ganun po ba ito?
Opo ma'am.
Okay, sige. Thank you. Miss
Opo.
Pao, ganun daw po dyan, Miss Pao.
Thank
Okay, may tanong pa siya, Miss Pao, regarding the sticker. Ilalagay natin yung DOH seal. Ayan. Print DOH logo colored at the back of the wheelchair. Ano po yung tanong natin dito, ma'am?
Yun po ba yung white? Pwede po yung white paint. Para sa logo po.
White paint. Paano po yung white paint? Ano po yung gagawin natin? Sa likod, sa may upuan niya po, ilalagay natin white
Apo.
paint.
Opo, yung logo po ng DOH.
Na-imagine ko kasi ang color po ni Tuba, are you referring to kasi di ba po blue or black yan?
Opo.
Oo. So maglalagay kayo ng logo, white paint.
Yes
Okay,
po.
again ma'am, we will ask the coordinator for this kung if they will allow this one. Kasi ang sa amin po sa mga stickers namin, ang nilalagay po talaga yung logo ng DOH with yellow and green color. But nevertheless, ma'am, we will refer this to the end user.
Okay po.
Okay.
Last po, dun sa labeling instructions po.
Labeling instruction. Okay, ma'am? Please
Yes po.
proceed.
Nakalagay po kasi imprinted DOH logo, not for at the back of the assistive device. Sa mismong wheelchair po ba to or dun sa box po?
Each wheelchair, sa wheelchair po, should be imprinted with DOH logo. Ibig sabihin po, sa upuan mismo po, sa chair mismo.
Okay po.
Apa.
Noted po ma'am, yun lang po. Thank you po.
Okay, yes po. Another question po, nakita ko nagre-raise si Sir Adrian Soriano Jr. Yes, Sir Adrian, you are raising your hand. Please proceed with your question. Sir, we
Yes.
can hardly hear you po.
Hello.
Ayan, malinaw na po, sir. Please
Ayan.
proceed po with your question.
Alright, thank you, Madam Trish.
Yes po.
Pwede pong pumunta please sa line item 9.
Line item 9. Okay, for a while, sir. Okay. Line item 9. Yes, sir. Alin po dito sa line item 9? Which part?
Ayan po. So, ako po si Adrian from MMG Biosystems, ma'am, and I'm excited to join First time ko pong mag-join dito sa DOHP call. So
Thank you.
ngayon naman, thank you so much. Dito po sa dark field microscope, i-ask ko lang kung dito sa camera, punta tayo sa camera specs.
Camera. Okay. Camera. Ayan.
Ayan.
Sige.
Ayan po.
Mm.
Effective image resolution. Ayan po. Yang po bang mga nakalagay sa effective image resolution, is it a requirement that everything that's in the cell po ay kailangan meron yung camera namin? Tama po ba?
Apo. Sir, with regards to the specific specification, we have to consult the end user about this. So, ano po yung you are asking if all of this specification should be present doon sa camera? Tama po ba, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct, ma'am.
Ms. Pao, may we know, do we have a representative from what unit is this, Ms. Pao? Is it, yes, BSNSRL? No.
Yes po.
Okay. So, kung wala tayong representative from BSNSRL, so the question will remain to be a question. So, ganito, Ms. Pao, may representative ba tayo from BSNSRL? Wala.
Sorry, Ma'am Trish, for a while lang po.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Yes po, for a while lang po, sir. Ms. Pao, am I right in assuming that this is from BSLSNRL or maybe this is from other unit? Pao?
Correct po kayo, Ma'am Trish.
BSL SNRL po ang end user.
Okay.
Parang
So,
meron po representative dito, ma'am.
so it's either Aldrin or Mark. Are they around? Or si Ma'am Cecil?
Ano naman representative? May representative po from Annex, baka po alam nila. Any representative po from BSL SNRL?
Wala? Okay. Ganito na lang, Miss Pao, kasi parang walang sumasagot. So most probably wala tayong representative from BSL SNRL. Sir Adrian, for a while lang po ha, pinapacheck ko lang po kung may taga BSNSRL.
Yes, Ma'am Trish. No problem. Thank you so much.
You're
Take your
most
time.
Any representative po from BSL SNRL?
Ayan, may representative. Parang narinig ko si Sir Aldrin. Are you around?
Tinatawagan po through phone po si
Okay.
Sir. Sir Mark, are you around po? Parang yan si Sir Mark.
Okay, ganito na. Ayan, meron pa? Miss Pao?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
It seems we cannot get in touch with representative from Ayan, meron na, may nag-text. Bicol South Luzon. Ano po ulit, ma'am, yung
Hi.
question? Okay. See, may I know, sino po yung representative natin from BSNSRL? Miss Pao, may nag-text sa, chat box. Sir Mark? Sir Aldrian? From PHRL po. Okay. Ma'am, masasagot niyo po ba ito regarding dito sa query ni Sir Adrian Soriano, one of the interested bidders? Kasi ang tanong niya po is this. Ito po bang sa camera na nakalagay dito, etong may maraming numbers, effective image resolution 8192 by 6,000, etc., etc. Ang tanong po ni Sir Adrian is, lahat po ba to dapat nakasabay dyan sa camera nyo? I hope somebody from BSNSRL is around. Feeling ko nag-monologue ako. Okay. Miss Pao, huwag na natin antayin ng BSNSRL kasi medyo matagal nang walang sumasagot. Ganito na lang po. Sir Adrian, if it won't be much of an asking, kasi definitely we cannot be able to answer this one at this point. Would it be okay po if we will just ask the end user and we will notify through the passing of a bid bulletin if ever your question is answered by BSLSNR. So, abangan na lang po natin doon sa bid bulletin.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Trish. Ma'am
Yes,
Trish,
po. Yes, po.
can I just briefly explain myself
Yes, po.
regarding this? Yes, thank you. And then sa sensitivity rin po, sana yung i-concern ko rin yung 32X.
32X. What about
Yes,
the
po.
32X? Kasi nakalagay naman 32X. Saan
Yes, po.
ilalagay?
I think, ganyan din po yung question ko kung lahat ba yan kailangan included sa camera or pwedeng kahit 1X to 16X lang. 16X. Yan.
Okay. So your question,
Yung
sir,
ganun din po yung question ko.
Miss Pao, pakilagay na lang dyan, Miss Pao, to ask the end user whether all of this expect under the camera should be included or must be included? Question mark.
Okay. Tapos ito pong sa resolution, kahit 4096 times 3,000 to 1920 times 1080. Kahit hanggang
Okay.
doon lang din po yung ano.
Sir,
Kasi-
can you repeat po, sir? Parang hindi namin nakuha. Sige,
Sorry.
pakiulit. It's okay.
All right. 4096 times 3,000 po.
Times
Yeah.
10,000. Okay. Sige.
To 1920
To
times
19.
1920. Yes po. To 1080. Yan. Kasi po, I'll just briefly explain kung why. Hindi
Yes, po.
kami, sayang naman po kasi hindi kami makakasali kung everything suspects na to ay kailangan. And I'm not the product specialist, but from my humbly my little knowledge about microscopy, and I'm sure you guys all know this, yung leptospira po kasi yung nakalagay na gagamitan nyo ng dark field microscope. Ngayon, for effective viewing of the leptospira, until 16x po yung pinaka-optimal. Kasi 32x is too sensitive and it introduces electronic noise frequency, electronic noise sa image. So magiging mahirap kasi sa end users natin na makita yung leptospira kapag maraming background noise. Imagine na siya yung static ng TV. Instead of being dark, Dahil sa sobrang sensitive niya, na-pick up niya yung mga electronic signals na yon, sa sobrang sensitive niya. And it is recommended sa Leptospira na 16x lang sana. So yun po yung dito sa sensitivity. And here naman po sa resolution, kung meron nga sanang end user, no? Ang application kasi ng malaking resolution is ano ba yung purpose niya. Anyway, I will send naman a letter for
Yes.
for my concerns
Yes,
para
ma'am.
mas detailed po yung ano. Kasi
Yes.
kung yung 4096 times 3,000 yung kailangan niya, we can provide that, and it is ano tawag dito, it can be used sa 72 inches na viewing monitor. Kung yun yung application nila, the monitor.
Yes.
Pero if it is just for the contrast, di ba, the Leptospira displaces the light sa dark field na microscope, no? So makikita mo na siya, and then yung motility lang din yung mahalaga doon. So the contrast and the motility is the important thing for viewing Leptospira. 4096 times 3,000 is enough.
Okay.
Now, if you want to see yung structure talaga ng Leptospira, which is common sa research, you need a better lens, not a higher resolution camera. And based on the specs here, yung lens range lang na nire-require is up to 100x, which is kulang para ma-utilize mo yung 8192 times 6,000. So it's overkill, kumbaga in mas madaling terms, it's overkill. The optimal necessity is yung 40 times 96. And then yung lenses talaga yung mahalaga dyan, pati yung sensitivity ng camera, 16 talaga yung recommended. So, send na lang ako ng letter.
Sige,
Ayun lang po.
ano
Thank
nila
you so
pa,
much.
Sir Adrian, it would be best if DOH Besana, good day, and user po of the dark field microscope. Miss Pao, can you, Sir Adrian, for a while, because I read a message coming from BSLSNI. Miss Pao? Miss Pao, are you still around?
Yes po, Ma'am Trisha.
Okay. Ano yung next ni end user?
Ang chat po ng BSL, necessary po since for drug testing po.
Okay.
8K resolution po request po ng end user since yun po linalagay sa drug testing result. Good day, end user po of the dark field microscope for Leptospira. Accepted po yung 4096 and yung 1x to 16x. Thank you.
Okay. Yun yung text Pao, ay yung message ni Besa Lasan Ariel.
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay. Sir Adrian, nasagot po ba yung tanong niyo o yung clarification niyo? Or would you still want that you write a letter to Besa Lasan Ariel so that you can explain and so that they will understand as well?
Yes, I will write a letter din ngayon.
Okay.
Kasi bukod dito sa yung in-offer kasi namin microscope, bukod lang dito sa dalawang to, hindi kami makakasali kung talagang lahat yan kailangan.
Yes.
And sayang naman kasi we have a bunch of other specs that I will include in the letter that is beneficial for the Leptospira application. So, isusunod ko na lang doon, di ko na babain pa. Thank you so much po.
Yes, but because much as I would want to answer your question, sir, I also have my limitation because first and foremost, I am not a medical technologist, so I'm not so familiar with the microscope. We will appreciate it, Sir Adrian, if you can draft a letter and have it forward to the office so that once and for all, you can explain the advantages, and likewise the BSN SRL if they can be very much for raising that, and we wait for your
Thank
letter.
you.
Okay, thank you
so
very much. Thank you, Sir Adrian. Okay,
Thank
any other question? Miss Pao?
Yes, Ma'am Trish.
Apa, please take note that Sir Adrian Soriano will be writing a letter with regards to his clarifications as to the technical specification.
Yes po.
Right?
Ma'am
Okay.
Trish, to our
Yes po.
prospective bidders po, kung tayo po ay mag-send po ng clarification letter, isend na lang po sa public bidding at bicol.doh.gov.ph. Ito po ay nakalagay din po sa bidding documents natin. Invitation to bid, number 13.
Okay. Sir Adrian, I hope you were able to catch that kung saan niyo po papadala yung letter niyo. Ha?
Yes, clear po. And then, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ma'am Pao, I saw somebody nag-pop up lang kasi. Can you please check sa chat box? Parang regarding the BP.
Apo. Nag-chat po si Ma'am Michelle. Ma'am, for BP monitor, talking or non-talking po? For a while po. I-flash ko lang po.
Talking or non-talking? Meron palang ganun. BP monitor daw, Pao.
May we know po from Michelle kung ito po bang item number 1? Ang tinutukoy niyo po na BP monitor. Di ba wala mag-iba?
Wait, ma'am. Check ko po. Nawala. Nawala na ako. Yung
Pati si ma'am-
sa item number 4 po.
Oh, item number 4 daw, Pao. So, digital automatic upper arm blood pressure monitor. Okay. Alin po ditong part? Yung kung may talking daw, Miss Pao.
Parang wala po kasi ma'am nakalagay. Kino-confirm po kasi yan ng supplier namin kung ano po yung kailangan na specs niyo po.
Ma'am, what do you mean talking or non-talking? Yung
Baka-
BP monitor nagsasalita?
Yes, may ganun po lang. Yata sila.
Ah, really?
Yeah. Kasi parang automatic siya eh.
Pardon my
automatic
ignorance,
yan.
ma'am, pero I haven't encountered yet a BP monitor who can talk.
Yes,
Siya na
ako
siya
din.
ngayon.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Parang ako din nga. Naano lang po ako sa supplier namin. Pinapa-confirm niya po.
Baka kung high blood, nagsasabi siya, high blood, high blood. Miss Pao.
Good afternoon po.
Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am Trish,
Yes po.
regarding po doon
May I know on the line first? Sino po itong nagsasalita?
Ma'am
Ikaw,
Trish.
Pao?
Ma'am
Yes.
Trish, good afternoon po. Si Malu po sa Medical Gallery.
For a while, Ma'am Malu.
Ay,
Parehas
okay, sige
po ba kayong, parehas po
Yes
kayo
po,
ni
yung
Ma'am
concern.
Michelle, ni Ma'am Lindugan?
Opo, yung concern po doon din po sa BP, meron talaga yan ma'am nagsasabi kung ano normal or hindi po yung BP mo.
Ah, meron talaga. So, sorry.
Sasabihin niya po under WHO ganun, your BP ganun.
Ay, sige. O, wala dito hindi hiningi. Miss Pao, can you please ask the end user kung ano ang gusto, yung nagsasalita o ayaw? Ganun po ba yung tanong, ma'am? Ako na ng preference if the BP
Yes
can
po.
talk or not?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. Since
Dalawang
hindi,
klase daw po kasi yan.
okay. Since hindi po hiningi ng end user, Miss Pao, we might as well ask the end user if they can include under specification if the BP can talk or cannot talk. Tama po. Talking or non-talking.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Trish,
Masyadong
for a while lang po, tinatawag lang po si end user.
Pag low blood ka, sinasay, ay, low blood ka. Pao, who is the end user for this?
Non-communicable po. This is cluster program. Ma'am Trisha, nandito na po ang representative ng NANCOM, si Ma'am Kat.
Okay, Ma'am Kat, Ma'am Kat, this is Ma'am Tricia, one of the members of the Bids and Awards Committee. Now, we are conducting the pre-bid conference, and we already showed your technical specification to our interested bidders. Now, one of the questions raised by actually two of our bidders is that they are asking whether yung BP daw po ba nyo, yung BP monitor nyo, would you want na talking, quote-unquote, or non-talking? Ano ba daw po gusto nyo? Baka gusto nyang isali pa daw po ba sa specification nyo that the monitor will talk or will not talk?
Hello po, ma'am. Good afternoon po.
Yes, good afternoon. Apo.
Apo. Ma'am, i-coordinate ko po muna ito kay Doc Raymond po. Siya po kasi ang nagpa-PR po nito. Bali sa lifestyle-related diseases po kasi itong program.
Okay. So, pakitanong na lang kay Doc kasi parang, may I know from...
Po. Meron po.
Meron. So, but if you can offer na nagsasalita, much better. Ganun po ba yon?
I-confirm ko po muna, Ma'am Trish po kay Doc Raymond.
Okay.
Kasi
Yes.
iba po ito sa ano.
At hindi ito para sa iyo. We are asking the the bidders. Kung mag-offer po ba sila ng mag-offer kayo ng nagsasalita na monitor? Would it make much of a difference sa amount? Hindi naman.
Ma'am, i-check ko po ma'am sa supplier.
Okay, ganito na lang pa.
Kasi for quotation pa lang din naman po yan. Hindi pa
Yes.
po kami mabigyan ng price kasi pinapa-confirm nga po kung
Talking or non-talking.
Yes po, ma'am.
Sige, ma'am, ganito na lang po. Because the end user for this, si Dr. Corpus is not around. So what we have is the representative, and at this point, she cannot make a decision yet. So the next step would be for the BACSEC to refer that to Dr. Corpus being the end user of this item. Whatever will be the decision of the end user, we will post a bid bulletin so that you will be notified as to what will now be the final preference of our end user.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you po.
Sa dalawa pong ma'am. Okay, Miss Pau, take note na lang po, ha? Na ask Dr. Corpus kung anong preference, whether it would be a talking BP apparatus or non-talking BP apparatus.
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
To our bidders po, thank you for somehow enlightening us dun po sa, meron na palang nagsasalita. So, sige po, we appreciate that, and please just review once in a while po kung may bid bulletin kaming ilalabas. Ano po? So, yan. Any other question po? Any other question? Let's check the chat box. Oh, wala nang tanong dito, Miss Pau.
Opo, wala na pong tanong, Ma'am Trish, sa ano po? Chat.
So wala na pong tanong, and wala na din po nagre-raise ng hand. So ibig sabihin po, clear na din po yung other technical specification. So with that, thank you very much to our interested bidders. Please just review if magpapadala po kami ng mga bid bulletins. So with that, I'll turn you over now to Miss Pau.
Thank you, Ma'am Trisha. So let's proceed po sa next po natin na project. So before we proceed po, may we know sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested sa project po natin na supply and delivery of various laboratory reagents under IB number 26-38. Pa-thumbs up na lang po kung kayo po ay interested. So meron pong interested na supplier. For this project po, ang magde-discuss ulit ay si Ma'am Trisha Barroso po. Ma'am Trish, over po.
Thank you, Miss Pao. Miss Pao, I think this is the last project.
Yes,
Tama?
yes po.
Okay, sige. So, flash on your screen is the supply and delivery of various laboratory reagents under IB number 26-38. So again, DOH, Bicol Center for Health Development, through the GAA, intends to apply the sum of 39,830,450. Again, it's 39,830,450, being the approved budget for the contract to payments under the contract for supply and delivery of various laboratory reagents under IB number 26-38. Ms. Pao, let's proceed with the data sheet. Okay. So, under ITB Clause 1.1, procuring entity, kami po yun, DOH Bicol CHD. The project title is Supply and Delivery of Various Laboratory Reagents. Again, this is under IB number 26-38. So, for this project, we have a total lots or line items of 30 and 4 lots. Okay? So, sige, Ms. Pao. So, for 5.5, contracts referring to supply and delivery of laboratory reagents pa din. Okay? 8.1, subcontracting is not allowed. Okay? So, ito po, this is section 6, schedule of requirements. So, nakalagay naman po dito yung mga items. So, including din po dito yung delivery schedule, yung quantity na kakailanganin po namin, and of course, the total amount. So, as recommended po to our interested bidders, please look into this. Ano po? So, item 1, LIC model RL 50D, 50 bottles. Item 2, LIC, I don't know how this is being pronounced. LIC model RRL 50H, 10 bottles at 27,500. Item 3, diluents 20 liters, model RD-50, 5 bottles at 24,750. Item 4, concentrated cleanser 30 ml, model RC-86C, 15 bottles at 24,750. Item 5, this is for controls, high, middle, low level, model RT-Q5, 3 ml, 18 sets at 297,000. Okay? So, item 6, Abo blood typing Sera, 380 sets at 323,000. Item 7 is anti-D typing Sera, at 380 vials at 266,000. Okay. Item 8, anti-HCV, HCV, AGAB, ELISA, 4th gen, 38,400 tests at 7,718,400. Item 9, anti-treponema, ELISA, CLIA, 38,400 tests. And this amounts to 3,302,400. Item 10, HIV, AGAB, ELISA 4th gen, 38,400 tests at 3,648,000. Item 11, HBsAg, ELISA 4th gen, 38,400 tests at 3,264,000. Item 12, malaria antigen ELISA, 38,400 tests at 5,760,000. Okay, item 13, real-time PCR kit for the detection of Candida auris, 3 kits at 270,000. Item 14, lyophilized 2 times qPCR master mix, 3 kits ang kailangan at 75,000. Item 15, multiplex real-time PCR kit for the detection of Bordetella pertussis and other respiratory bacterial infection, 2 kits at 235,160. Item 16, Dengue serotyping real-time PCR detection kit, 15 kits on request at 1,534,500. Item 17, multiplex real-time PCR kit for the detection and identification of 6 bacteria-causing meningitis, 3 kits at 174,000. Item 18, real-time PCR kit for the detection of DNA of the live PL32 gene of Leptospira, 5 kits, 381,040. Item 19, Zika, dengue, and chikungunya real-time PCR detection kit, 7 kits at 700,000. Item 20, viral RNA mini kit, 5 kits at 670,000. Item 21, lysozyme, 2 vials at 36,000. Item 22, mutanolysine, 2 vials, 74,000. Item 23, Renase free distilled water, 2 bottles at 30,300. Item 24, tea buffer, 10 bottles at 50,000. And item 25, drug testing kit, 500 kits at 30,000. Item 26, urine positive control, 12 pieces at 46,200. Item 27, urine negative control, 12 pieces, 46,200. Item 28, lauryl sulfate broth, 25 bottles at 195,000. Item 29, brilliant green lactose bile, 6 bottles at 90,000. Item 30, pH meter buffer solution, pH 4, 1 bottle at 3,150. Item 31, pH meter buffer solution, pH 7, 1 bottle at 3,150. Item 32, pH meter buffer solution, pH 10, 1 bottle, 3,150. Item 33, thiosulfate citrate, bile salts, sucrose, agar, 8 bottles at 124,000. Item 34, Makonki agar, 9 bottles at 88,200. Item 35, Simon citrate agar, 2 bottles at 25,000. Item 36, alkaline peptone water, broth, 4 bottles at 58,000. Item 37, urea agar base, Christensen, whatever, 2 bottles at 17,800. Item 38, 40% urea solution, U40 supplement, 5 packs, 27,500. Item 39, utility indole lysine MILs medium, 2 bottles, 38,000. Okay, item 40, oxidase test kit, 2 kits, 29,000. Item 41, GN test kit, VTK2, 5 boxes at 77,500. Item 42, GP test kit, VTK2, 1 box, 16,000. Now, for another PR, for item 43, HIV quantitative nucleic acid test, 5 kits at 475,000. Item 44, erythrocyte magnetized technology monoclonide, whatever, typing anti-A, anti-B, and RH control gel method. We will be needing 38,400 tests at 9,484,800. So that completes the 44 item for this project. Please take note of the delivery schedules. Okay, so please, you have to put the required information required of you. Okay, and your signature. So for the technical specification of all the items, we will just scroll it down slowly. Should you have any question, please reserve it for later on. Thank you. So that completes the line item for this project. So at this point, may we now hear questions, if ever there are questions from our interested bidders. Okay, Ma'am Jonalyn Gonzalez, you are raising your hand. Yes, ma'am, please introduce yourself and from what company you are.
Good afternoon po.
Good
Jonathan
afternoon.
Gonzalez po from Lifeline.
Okay, sige, please proceed with your question, ma'am.
For item 13 po.
Item
wait lang po.
13. Okay, item 13. For a while, ma'am, we will go back
Yes
to item
po.
13. Okay po.
Yung regarding po sana dun sa shelf life.
Okay, item 13. Okay, nakalampas ka, Miss Pao. Okay, what about the shelf life, ma'am?
Apo. Kasi po, yung sakit po namin, yung guaranteed lang po talaga na kasing shelf life ay 6 months lang po. Nakalagay po kasi dito, not less than 18 months. Willing naman po kaming mag-provide na lang ng guarantee letter just in case. Pero okay lang po kaya na 6 months lang po yung madideliver namin na stock po.
Ma'am, we'll take note of that. We will refer your question to the end user. Okay, ma'am?
Apo.
And we will just issue a bid bulletin relative to this. Yes po, another
Yes po.
question.
Same din po dun sa item number 16 po.
Item
Instead
16.
Apo, yung sa shelf life din po kasi yung problem. Yung mag-guarantee lang din po kasi namin just in case is around 12 to 15 months po.
Okay, so for this,
Apo.
yung shelf life, ang nakalagay dito is 18 to 20
At least
months
18
expiry.
months po kasi. Apo.
Okay. Sa
So,
inyo,
12 to
15 months. Okay.
Yes po. Okay lang naman po sa amin just in case yung guarantee letter. Kaya lang po, dun po kasi sa shelf life, may requirement na at least 18 months. Yung sa manufacturing po kasi talaga nung kits, nasa ganung lang po siya range.
Yes po. We
So, pasok
understand,
naman po
ma'am.
kami dun sa P. Okay
Yes,
po.
ma'am. We understand and we are taking notes of that. Yes po. Any other?
So far, yun lang naman po pala.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you po.
Again, ma'am, please review or please get in touch na lang po sa amin or mag-check kayo ng email niya because we will be sending a bid bulletin for this. Ano po?
Thank you po, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Jonalyn. Any other question po from our interested bidders?
Ma'am Trish?
Yes, Miss Pao?
Yung kay Ma'am
Question ka, Miss Pao?
Line dito po sa item 16, meron naman po kayong nakalagay sa shelf life na item may be of shorter shelf life. Replacement of fresh stock shall be issued when returned 3 months before expiry date. A guarantee letter from the supplier is required as part of post-qualification.
So, nandiyan naman pala.
So, pwede po.
Ma'am Jo, nandiyan ka pa rin po ba?
Yes po. So, ang ibig ko pong sabihin, ma'am, dito po kasi, hindi, dun sa letter A po, hindi po siya papasok. So, yung bilang po talaga yung mako-comply namin. Tama po ba?
Must be fresh commercial stock. Are we referring on this? Must be fresh commercial stock with a total shelf life of 24 months from the date of manufacture but not less than 18 months from the date of delivery. So ano po yung tanong niyo dito, ma'am?
So, okay lang po na halimbawa po, yun nga po, 12 months lang po yung ma-deliver. Tapos mag-guarantee letter po kami. Tama po ba?
Kasi sa
Ito
item
pong letter B.
Opo, item may be shorter life, replacement of fresh stock shall be issued when returned 3 months before expiry date. A guarantee letter from the supplier is required as part of post-qualification. Yes.
Okay po,
Napablended
noted
dito,
po.
yes.
Thank you po.
Okay, you're most welcome po. Miss Pao, were you able to get it, Miss Pao?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay, so for regarding that, do we have to still issue a bid bulletin on that? No need.
No need po, ma'am.
Okay, so no need na daw po, Ma'am Jonalyn. Any other question? Any other question? So far, I have not seen a raised hand anymore. Let's check the chat box.
None po from the chat box, ma'am.
Okay. So, wala na din. Ma'am Jonalyn, are you again raising your hand?
Ay, sorry po, hindi ko na po nababa.
It's okay.
Okay na po. Thank you po.
So it seems, Ms. Pao, there are no more questions that are being raised kasi I haven't seen hands na that are being raised. So just a reminder to our end user, bidders, interested bidders for all the project, please check every now and then your emails or saan ba pinapadala natin, Ms. Pao, ang bid bulletin? Sa emails ba nila?
Ang bid bulletin po, Ma'am Trisha, ay posted po sa ating website.
Okay.
Sa po. And kung nakapagbili na po sila ng bidding documents, nagsisend naman po kami ng approved bid bulletin.
Okay, so yun po. That's the announcement from the BACSEC. Should you have any questions or clarification, pwede naman po tawag sa BACSEC for clarifications. Okay? So it seems, Ms. Pao, wala na po akong nakitang nagtataas ng kamay. Okay, instead I saw heart and thumbs up sign. So that means to say, we are done reading the technical specifications and the technical requirements that will be asked from our bidders. So we just do hope that you were able to gather informations from this pre-bid and dun sa mga nag-raise ng questions, sabi nga po namin, tabayanan nyo na lang po ang aming bid bulletin. So, Ms. Pao, I guess I'm done. I'll now turn you over to our beautiful BACSEC, Ms. Pauline Azores. Ms. Pao, over to you.
Ma'am Trisha, thank you po.
Siyempre. Ikaw, seryosoon kitang maray. So, sige pa, ikaw na po. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Trish. So, before ko po i-turn over po sa ating back chair, ang closing message po, a reminder po to our prospective bidders na hanggang March 7 lang po, 5 p.m., kami po mag-a-accept ng clarification letter. So, we will now turn over po the virtual microphone to our back chair for the closing message po and for the adjournment po of this pre-bidding conference. Over to you po, Dr. Angela.
Hello, Ma'am Pao.
Hello po,
Sorry na po pala ko. So again, we thank everyone for being here today. Our back members, BACSEC, PWJ, of course, our prospective bidders. Thank you for soldiering on. We do appreciate your inputs, comments, and suggestions. All of them were duly noted, of course, by our BACSEC and will be relayed to the respective end users. So please do practice due diligence and closely monitor the release of the bid bulletins. We hope to see you in the next procurement activity. Maraming salamat po. So if there are no other concerns, do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I move for the adjournment of this bidding conference today.
Thank you, Ma'am Trish.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Engineer Dean. With that po, conference adjourned. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po, Doc Angela, and thank you din po sa mga nag-attend. Happy good afternoon.